Tatiana was a little puzzled, since her beloved did not appear, but sent new chests of treasure every day. She angrily ordered the knight to collect everything and throw it away or burn it. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect this. She looked menacingly at the knight and told him to tell his master that this was not a lost and found office, and if he wanted to tell her something, he should come to her himself. After some time, the young ladies organized a meeting at the guild headquarters. Looking at her sister, the young lady stated that she thought her mother would like something like that. Viviana was surprised that their sister became the mistress of the tower. She did not understand where she got such money from. She also said that the maid she sent to serve them stated that the yard was in a paid state. Her sister was surprised by this, but at that very moment, she asked her sister if she had also sent her maid to Tatiana's estate. Now it was possible to say, without a doubt, that they were twin sisters, because their actions were even the same. They knew they had to know everything about their sister, because their mother didn't want to share information with them. At that very moment, Anisha could not stand it any longer and declared loudly that the sisters should stop talking nonsense. Anesia stated that their sister did not know that her husband earned decent money, since she had never really met him. The young sisters looked closely at their older sister, and at the same time, they realized that Tatiana was amazing. They were surprised and did not understand how she immediately guessed that her husband was incredibly rich. At that very moment, the young lady declared that they had once said in the main temple that Tatiana was destined by fate to be rich. They kept discussing the point that the archbishop had once said that the sister would never have to worry about money. Anisha sighed heavily because she knew it was true. Previously, they thought that he said this because he received a charitable donation, but now they realized that his words were true. The young lady looked closely at her sisters and wondered if he had said anything else. Anisha stated that he said nothing more. At that very moment, the twin sisters looked closely at their sister and asked why she had suddenly gone off the chain. They then suggested that their sister might attend the Banking Association banquet. At the same time, they understood that there was nothing surprising about this, since she simply could not help but participate in social life. They understood that she had problems, because she could not find a designer who would make a dress for her. But they knew that their mother had gone too far. They knew that, although the young man was not an aristocrat, he was beyond their mother's capabilities. But they also knew that the crown prince had said that he would grant the young man a ducal title, which was hereditary. Katrina knew that if he received the ducal title, Duke Atlas would not be able to compete with him. Katrina immediately asked her sisters if they were sure that their mother did not know what they knew. They did not understand why she continued to search merchant ships, but they assumed that she was looking for some treasure that they did not know about. Viviana stated that their mother once turned the entire empire upside down to get Flux's heart. Her sister was surprised and wanted to know if their mother had found treasures, but she was more interested in the question of how their mother was going to use such things. Viviana sighed and stated that she had no idea what the real reason for her search was. She didn't understand why their mother had gone somewhere in person, since the treasure was difficult to obtain. Her sister stated that their mother did something similar every time a trading ship arrived from Bellic. Viviana knew that there was something new and exquisite to be found on such merchant ships, and it was unlikely that their mother would stop indulging her greed. At the same time, they understood that she could allow their sister to sew a dress, because their sister had to go out into society after the wedding. At the same time, the young ladies felt relieved that their sister's husband had money and she could avoid losing face at the banquet. Anisha rose a moment later and hurried away, as she did not want to listen to their chatter any longer. She looked at them menacingly and informed them that they were still Yuns and had no idea about life. But she also noted that now was not the time for jokes. The sisters were a little puzzled because they weren't joking at all. And at the same time, they didn't understand that you said that. They told their sister that, compared to Regina, their chatter was on the level of harmless baby talk. Anisha sighed, realizing that she didn't need to say anything more, because her words wouldn't reach them. Moments later, she left the room, and the sisters remained in the room, watching her go. Looking at her sister, the young lady wondered what was wrong with their older sister. Viviana sighed heavily and said that she didn't even know what happened. But at that same moment, they looked at each other intently and wondered when their sister should return. The young man, looking at his commander, reported on Mrs. Hart's health. Kynel sighed and stated that he knew that some potions were good for one's health. At that very moment, the knights froze in place, as their commander spoke of potions for which the seller himself set the prices. The young man sighed heavily and, with a smile, told his commander that he would try to get everything he needed. At that very moment, he asked the commander if he would mind if he took up this issue. Kynel looked at his comrade with a smile and asked him to take care of this matter, and he also assured that the missus would recover after taking the potion. The hardest thing about his childhood was not the hunger or the violence. He understood that this was something different, namely, the realization that people dear to his heart are in pain because of him. That's why he got used to hiding his growing number of wounds and bruises. Because if everything was covered well, no one would ever know about their existence. At some point, he even stopped feeling pain, at least in those places that were invisible to the eye. The knight informed his master that the lady had asked about Madame, and was curious if she was really as beautiful as rumor had it. He told the gentleman that it would be better to introduce them to each other as soon as possible. At that moment, he looked at his captain and called him as he did not answer. Kynel looked away, sighed heavily, and said that he would deal with it later. After all, initially he intended to find out everything about his wife. Meanwhile, a young knight approached them and presented the captain with heavy wooden boxes. The captain asked his subordinate why he had come to them. He stated that the lady had said that she would not take all the boxes, and so he had brought them back. Kynel looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked if she had said anything else. Owen thought for a moment and stated that Madame had conveyed that she did not need anything and that he should bring her the tongue from the ruler. At that very moment, the knight rebelled and asked his comrade if he knew who he was talking to. The captain looked closely at his subordinates as they quarreled with each other. But they not only quarreled, but also managed to cross their swords. And, unfortunately, they inadvertently hit their captain. The young men looked at their captain with fear and asked if everything was okay with him. They understood perfectly well that their captain simply could not help but avoid such a trivial attack. But they were all even more surprised because he didn't tell them anything. Owen. The captain looked at him with bewilderment and then asked if he really had gone to cut out his tongue. Meanwhile, Madame sat in the studio with a puzzled expression on her face, since, in the midst of the social season, there was not a single soul there. But moments later, she happily greeted the young lady who entered the studio. Madame was taken aback and froze in surprise. As she saw Miss, she was surprised and did not understand how the NTH lady had ended up in Clonum. Tatiana looked at Madame with a smile, and at the same time she realized that Madame did not know what rumors were circulating in the capitals. Tatiana informed Madame that she needed a few outfits, and they could take their time with the rest of the orders. The madam addressed the young lady using her maiden name, but Tatiana said with a smile that now she could be addressed differently since she was already married. Madame was a little puzzled, as she knew that Tatiana was the queen of high society. At the same moment, having asked for forgiveness, the madam asked the girl if she knew who she was. Tatiana said that she had previously heard that Madame had met with the Count. Madame was surprised because, knowing this, the young lady still came to her studio. Tatiana said with a smile that in front of her now was a designer who owned his own studio. She stated that it would not matter to her at all who Miss dated, but she said that she simply liked the dress she was wearing. Camilla told the young lady that she understood perfectly well that she had come to her only because she found it difficult to go anywhere else. But looking at Camilla, Tatiana declared that she had misunderstood something. Tatiana said that although other designers in the capital are unwilling to serve her, she would never wear a dress that she doesn't like. Camilla could see that the young lady was confident and a little arrogant, but that tone of conversation suited her. Camilla knew she had to be careful not to fall under her spell. Camilla thanked her for what she had found and stated that if she wore the clothes she had sewn, the consequences would be serious. Tatiana asked in surprise why she was wearing clothes made according to her own design. Tatiana stated that she remains true to herself and does not compromise on her style. Camilla froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer, but at that very moment, Tatiana declared that it was very beautiful. She smiled and said that even though others were gossiping about her outfits, she couldn't help but wear such beauty. Tatiana said with a smile that she really liked her style. Camilla understood that you simply couldn't beat your interlocutor. She sighed heavily and thanked her interlocutor for the good grade, but informed him that he saw that the studio was closed. Tatiana asked in surprise if she really wasn't confident in her abilities, and Camilla said with bewilderment that she wasn't. Tatiana smiled and said that it was possible to sew a dress for herself alone without a mountain of accessories. Camilla froze for a moment, as she understood that if a high society princess wore her outfit, then success awaited her. Tatiana said with a smile that the dress would take 1 week to make, and Camilla could choose the design herself. After some time, the young lady returned to her estate. She sighed heavily, as she was very tired. At the same time, she thought about her husband all the time. She remembered the gifts he had sent her and wondered who he thought she was. She didn't understand why he behaved this way towards her, and yet she wondered what he wanted from her. At that very moment, she remembered their passionate kiss. Tatiana remembered his soft gaze, filled with tenderness. She clearly remembered his hot touches, and also a burning kiss, but at the same time, she understood that she should not think about such things. Tatiana was a little puzzled, as her husband either simply carried out his duties and left, or came to say hello and immediately left. She was excited because she knew that such thoughts gave her hope. After some time, she returned to the estate and was greeted with a smile by the maid. She sighed heavily and, looking at the maid, said that she would not have dinner because she was not feeling well. And the lady said with a smile that the commander had returned some time ago. Tatiana looked at the maid with indignation and asked what she got out of it. The maid was taken aback, as she did not expect such a thing. But at the same moment, she reported that the commander was now in her room. Tatiana was a little puzzled and did not understand why the commander was in her room. At that very moment, she hurried quickly to her room. But at the same time, she wondered whether he had really come straight into the room with his large box. She was furious because she realized that he simply had not changed. And at that very moment, she flew into the room and called him. Tatiana started yelling at her husband. But a moment later, she forced herself and looked at him in surprise, as her husband was fixing something. He sighed heavily as he realized that she had arrived late. She asked him in bewilderment what he was doing. He calmly stated that he was simply fixing the window. Tatiana asked in bewilderment what had happened to the window. Kynel said that the window was damaged, and because of this, the wind was blowing into the room. He also noticed that because of this, she was coughing a lot. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand why exactly he did such a thing. He stated that he was the best at it. The young lady looked at her husband in bewilderment, but did not answer. A moment later, she sat down next to him. He looked at her intently and started to say something, but she interrupted him and said that if he was going to ask about such a girl, how could she not take care of the house and fix this problem long ago? She asked him not to say such things unless he wanted her to bite you. The young man froze in place, as if rooted to the spot, and did not utter a word. But after a moment, the pineapple looked at him with a smile and declared that it was a joke. He sighed heavily, but said nothing. At that very moment, she asked him where he had learned to do something like that. He said that he hadn't studied, but that he had earned money that way for a while. Tatiana looked at him in surprise and asked, "Since when?" Kynel sighed and said that he had done similar things all his life. There was an awkward atmosphere between them for a while. Kynel looked at his wife and wondered if she was convinced because he had not apologized to her. Tatiana stated that she did not want an apology unless it was sincere. Even without it, he could at least say something. She asked if he really thought he would never see her again, living in the same house. He described and stated that it seemed to him that she herself did not want to see him. She looked menacingly at her husband and asked if he had asked her about this. She screamed because she wanted to know whether he was asking whether she wanted to see him or not, whether she had waited for him all night or not. She screamed that he could at least ask her something like that. But at that very moment, the young man could not resist and pulled her towards him. But he also did not forget to kiss her passionately. After a passionate kiss, he tenderly pulled away from his wife. Tatiana was embarrassed because she did not expect this. But he looked at her intently and declared that if she said one more word, he would bite her. She froze for a moment in surprise, and at the same moment she asked who had inflicted such a wound on him. He stated that it was just a scratch, and she didn't need to worry. Kynel, looking at his wife, stated that he had many similar scratches all over his body. But the young lady was very upset. She did not understand how something like this could not happen. He sighed heavily and asked if he should tell her all the details. Looking away from his wife, he stated that it happened on that very day. Kynell said he didn't mean to offend her at all. He looked away from her and said that she was very vulnerable then. But at that very moment, she declared that she did not want to become a widow. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing. At that very moment, he asked what she was talking about. Tatiana looked intently at her husband, and with tenderness in her voice, asked him to take care of his body. She said that he should not get new wounds, and at the same time, she asked him not to hurt himself. She said that he should value himself, at least for her sake, because her life was already full of difficulties. She said he was careless with his body, and at the same moment, she asked him if he would be happy if he ended up making her a widow. She looked closely at her husband, as if he had no body to answer her. He sighed and asked what she was offering him then. Tatiana looked at her husband in bewilderment, but at that very moment she declared that she was offering him what she had. Kynell sighed heavily and began to talk about the second point. He looked at his wife intently and declared that he had gotten rid of it. For a moment, she looked at her husband in bewilderment. He realized that he had managed to successfully complete the deal while living a disgusting life. At that moment, for the first time, the thought occurred to him that perhaps this life was worth living. After some time, he informed his wife that it would take about a week to inspect the entire ruined fortress. She wanted him to dodge a little faster, as she wanted to explore their territory together. He assured that he would try to complete everything as quickly as possible, but his knight was a little puzzled by his words. Owen sighed heavily and wondered if he should give up everything and live like a road hooligan. Kynell looked at his wife and asked if she was feeling unwell, as she was paler than usual. It seemed to him that she could disappear at any moment. He wanted to know if she was ill and if she was hurt. But Tatiana only asked menacingly whether he really thought he had the right to ask such questions. At that very moment, he turned his gaze in that direction, as he remembered last night. At that very moment, he declared that they had discussed something similar, and that he did not want her to become a widow for the rest of her life. Tatiana was taken aback by such words and covered his mouth with her hands. They stared at each other for a moment, confusion on their faces. Tatiana told her husband that if he didn't take his promise seriously, she wouldn't sit idly by either. He looked at his husband in surprise and asked what she would do. She stated that if he did not keep his promise, she would become lonely and would have to find another path in life. Kynell asked, puzzled, if she would really find a new husband. He wanted to know if she was joking or not. Tatiana looked at her husband with a smile and asked if it really looked like she was joking. The young man was puzzled by her words, but unfortunately, he could not answer anything. At that very moment, he was taken aback, as his wife reached out to him and hugged him. She looked at him tenderly and said that if he didn't like it, then he should try harder. A moment later, a young lady approached them and, with a smile, told her sister to avoid her husband. At the same time, she said that her sister had actually met the animal. The young man looked at the girl with puzzlement. Tatiana screamed and called her sister in surprise. Regina Cartier had a very bad reputation in society and was called the poisonous mushroom of the family. Tatiana was surprised because she did not expect to see her sister. At that very moment, Regina introduced herself with a smile, and she stated that she was Tiara's older sister. Kynell looked at the girl in surprise, as she called Tatiana Tiara. But Regina just smiled and said that it seemed like he didn't know her little sister's nickname. The young man looked menacingly at the lady, but said nothing. Tatiana looked closely at her sister and asked how she knew about this place. Regina sighed heavily and said that her sister had sent her a letter, and the news had reached her that Tatiana had quarreled with her mother. At that very moment, she declared that this was the reason she had come to visit her. But she noticed that sister looked much better. Tatiana looked closely at her sister and asked what she intended to do next. Regina told her sister with a smile that she didn't like it, but it seemed like she wasn't forced by the forces to live in such a place. She reasoned that her sister was not like the other sisters, and at the same time, she was surprised that Tatiana did something like that. Tatiana sighed heavily and told her sister that she did not like her husband, the Duke. Regina wondered in surprise what kind of girl would even like a sexually obsessed animal. But after a moment, she inhaled and said that their family was very strange. She said that she was holding Tatiana, but she didn't know the whole truth about her. But at the same time, she declared that any other young man would be better than the Duke. She did not understand why he had so captivated her sister, Tatiana asked, embarrassed, when she had ever said that she liked him. She sighed heavily and stated that it was her choice, so she was responsible for it. Unfortunately, she knew that in her unfortunate situation, only he had extended a helping hand to her. For this reason, she wanted to do everything possible for him. Regina looked at her sister in surprise and asked if that was all. Tatiana asked in surprise, was there really supposed to be something else? The lady said that this was quite unexpected. Tatiana sighed as she understood perfectly well that for her sister, this all looked funny. At that very moment, she asked with a smile how she was getting on in her new place. Tatiana was a little puzzled and didn't know what to answer. But her sister said that it was written all over her face because she saw that she was embarrassed. For this reason, she wanted her sister to tell her everything without concealment. Tatiana sighed heavily as she did not know where to begin her story. But after a moment, she stated that gradually everything was getting better and better. She said tenderly that her husband was trying his best in his own way, and she knew it. Tatiana looked at her sister with a smile and said that she couldn't even imagine that she loved her so much. At that very moment, Regina said that she would like to clarify, because she did not love her. After a few minutes of conversation, the young lady announced that it was time for her to leave. As she left, she said with a smile that she needed to get ready for the auction. Tatiana looked at her sister in surprise, not understanding what she was talking about. She stated that her sister had settled in a remote place, which upset her greatly, and that the auction hall would be opening soon, so she needed to look around. Tatiana thought about these words for a moment. The lady looked closely at her sister and invited her to go with her. But a moment later, she changed her mind, because she knew that her sister could not go because their mother would be there. At that very moment, the young lady noticed the large portrait of the castle's owner. Tatiana stated that she believed that her husband did not like this because of his character, and she had no idea when his portrait was painted. Regina said that his face seemed familiar to her. Tatiana said that her husband was known several years ago, but then she was traveling. The young lady thought for a moment as she was unraveling in honor of celebrating her divorce. But she understood that this was all strange and knew that she could not forget such a man. Meanwhile, Madame was choosing outfits in the studio, and the designer was smiling and telling his client which shades would suit her. Madame said that a red and purple outfit would suit her, but they could exclude blue. The Viscountess said casually that she would take away all the outfits. At that very moment, the young lady came into the room and told her mother that she had not changed. The Viscountess looked at her daughter in surprise, as she did not expect to see her. But at the same moment, she told her daughter that she had arrived late. She wanted to know where her daughter was. Regina casually told her mother that she knew perfectly well whom she was visiting. And Madame sighed heavily and declared that it was impudence on her part. The young lady sighed heavily and asked her mother how she had lived all this time. Her mother did not answer her. But at that very moment she said that there was something invisible to their eyes. The madam asked her daughter in surprise what she meant by this. Regina asked her mother if she knew what she couldn't stand most. She sighed heavily and declared that in the end, her cruel and numerically obvious conversations turned out to be the truth. Looking at her mother, she said that after the disappearance of the illusion, which she called love, all that remained was money and power. She said that every time she looked at her mother, she felt like she was losing, which made her feel ashamed. The madam declared about her daughter that she was still losing. Her daughter sighed heavily, as she was perfectly aware of this situation. At that very moment, she said with a grin that it had been like that until today. She asked her mother if she wasn't interested. The lady told her mother that, perhaps for the first time, she thought she was capable of making a mistake, which was in the house of her most beloved youngest daughter. The madam, looking at her daughter, told her to go to her sister and try to persuade her to file for divorce. The Viscountess looked closely at her daughter and told her not to forget the most important things. She told her daughter that she entered the wedding hall on her own and no one forced her. The lady sighed heavily and said that she could not forget it because that day her life completely changed. The madam looked intently at her daughter and declared that everything depended on her decision. She said that either they would all die together or she would marry the count. Regina was shocked and did not understand why her sister, of all people, had to make such a sacrifice. Then she asked her sister to run as far as possible and not to worry about her mother, since she intended to detain her as well. Regina was furious, and at the same time, she kept telling her mother that their sister had suffered enough. Madame understood this perfectly well, and therefore she should not continue to live like this. The young lady started shouting at her mother, and as she did not agree with her, the madam said that they could make a bet. She said with a smile that if her sister reached the temple, she would be able to escape, but if not, they would surrender. The Viscountess told her daughter that she was responsible for fulfilling the bet. She sighed heavily and said that it was a blow to her sister's back. The madam said with a smile that her daughter was similar, very smart, kind, and quick-witted. Regina stated that she thought the younger sister would somehow be able to fight back. The madam told her daughter with a smile that it seemed she had not yet given up her useless regrets. The lady sighed and said that it was so, and that was why she returned home again, as she assumed that something might change. She tenderly told her mother that she had seen the scene where her sister had not rebuked her husband's comments. She also said that she saw her sister blush with shame, and at the same time she said that her sister looked completely exhausted, as she could not sleep properly. The madam excitedly asked her daughter what Tatiana had said. Regina told her mother that her sister said she had broken off the relationship, and even put an ad in all the newspapers. She didn't understand what she was so worried about, but at that very moment, she told her mother with a grin that it seemed like she was now very sorry. She told her mother that money and power would not help her. Madame looked intently at her daughter, but said nothing. But a moment later, she only turned away from her daughter with a fierce grin on her face. Madame slowly approached the sellers in the studio. Without wasting a minute, she provided them with hush money. At that very moment, she said with a grin that before the opening of the bank operation, they must buy all the outfits on the market and burn them. Everyone present was shocked by the amount of money the Viscountess gave them. The lady looked at her daughter with a satisfied smile and declared that this was exactly what was called money. At that very moment, the other sisters came to them. They asked in surprise when she had returned. They also wanted to know where their mother was. Regina sighed, as they hadn't seen their sister for a long time, but they were asking such questions. She reported that their mother had already left and they were late. Viviana said that they had not come on purpose, and she also said that there was a dress in the display case that belonged to the girl she had spoken of. Regina looked at them in bewilderment, as she did not understand who they were talking about. They insisted that they were talking about the girl who brazenly took their Tatiana's place. At that very moment, Madame informed the young lady that she could not fulfill their request, since His Excellency refused to come. The young lady thought for a moment, as she realized that the scoundrel had clothes. The lady was frightened because she didn't know what to do in this situation. The sisters looked closely at their older sister, as the nickname Poisonous Mushroom suited her very well. They saw her tearing apart men's clothes without a shred of regret. At the same time, the studio employees looked at the girl with tears in their eyes. But at that very moment, she handed them the check and asked with a smile if that would be enough to close their eyes to her little mistake. Seeing this, she realized that her mother was right when she said that money and power mean everything. The young lady sighed heavily and declared that she and her sister had grown up to be decent people. A few days later, there was a fitting for the new outfit. Camilla asked the young lady in surprise if she had really lost weight, and Tatiana, perplexed, said that she hadn't noticed. The maid looked intently at her mistress and cried out that it was all because she was not eating well. The maid would like to say that her mistress is also involved in nocturnal activities, but she simply told her mistress that she needs to eat better. She said with a smile that after marriage, girls from their native lands gain weight. She also stated that when Tatiana has a child, she will not be able to lose weight naturally. She assumed that Tatiana was already pregnant, but the maid said with a smile that this was not so. After some time, they finished their conversations, and the madam asked the young lady how she liked the dress. Camilla said that the outfit was very stylish, and since she was assigned this job, she did not expect anything else. Tatiana said with a smile that she really liked the outfit. In this outfit, she can move freely around the room. Camilla told the young lady with a smile that if she were a man, she would want to kidnap her. She also stated that Tatiana has something else besides her beauty. The young lady looked at Madame in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. Madame understood that if she were a man with inflated standards, she would definitely go crazy. She said with a smile that the young league was lucky that her husband was not with her today. Tatiana asked in surprise why she was saying such a thing. She said with a smile that if he were next to her, he definitely would not have let her go. Tatiana smiled and asked if that was really the case, but in turn noted that he certainly wouldn't object. Camilla understood that in front of her was a princess who knew nothing about men. A moment later, the maid informed her mistress that her master had returned. Tatiana was surprised that he returned so quickly. Camilla, in turn, was delighted, as she knew it was a stroke of luck to see a war hero. She never expected that she would be so lucky, but at that very moment, she saw Caden. Tatiana greeted her husband with a joyful smile. The young man froze in surprise and asked his wife what she had on her patch. Tatiana looked at her husband in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The young man was puzzled. He didn't know how to answer her. Madame looked at Caden with a satisfied smile, because everything happened as she expected. A moment later, Tatiana introduced the young people to each other. Camilla smiled and asked the young lady if she could talk to her. Tatiana agreed with a smile and also thanked Madame for the dress, but at the same time asked whether she was overtired due to the approaching schedule. Camilla smiled and said that she enjoyed her work, although she was a little sad because it would be nice if she had other fabrics and precious stones. She sighed and said that she didn't know why, but all the fabric stores were completely empty. Everything was sold out, and a commoner like her couldn't buy even a piece of fabric. Tatiana was a little puzzled because she understood that her mother was involved in something similar. Tatiana said with a smile that it was not her fault and that this outfit would be enough. Camilla looked at the young lady with a gentle smile as she was pleased with such words. A moment later, Tatiana looked at her husband as he arrived quickly. She knew that the journey took a whole week. He stated that he had been told to come quickly, so he wondered if he wasn't supposed to get to her soon. She smiled and asked who told him that. He looked at her in bewilderment, but at that very moment, Tatiana said with a smile that she had ordered a new dress for herself and asked if he liked it. He looked away, not knowing what to answer. Tatiana was upset and asked if he didn't like her outfit. Kynel, looking away from his wife, said that it was not bad. She sighed heavily, because she knew it would be good if other people thought the same. At that very moment, the young man was taken aback and asked if she really meant to say that she would go somewhere in such an outfit. She looked at him in surprise and declared that she would go out in public in this outfit. She did not understand where else she should wear it. Kynel immediately declared that she would not go anywhere in this outfit. He said that she would not take a step outside the bedroom. She understood that it was still unusual for him to see her in such a guise, since in the South, everyone dressed differently. Kynel sighed heavily and stated that they were now in the North and in the capital itself. It was winter in the capital now. The young lady, in turn, looked at her husband with bewilderment, since she did not understand why he was so nervous. She said that she would ride on a loin and put on a cape. He shouted that a cape over the night legs would not change anything. She sighed heavily and said that she thought he didn't want to let her go so that no one else would see her except him. Kynel looked intently at his wife but said nothing to her. At that very moment, Tatiana tenderly touched his face. She looked deep into his eyes and quietly whispered his name. For some time, the young man did not take his gaze off his wife. She said that she needed to make sure that he was not injured. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. Tatiana said she wanted to check if he had any injuries. He sighed heavily, and she looked at him in bewilderment. At that very moment, he said that if she was so interested, they could go to the bed, and there she would see everything for herself. Tatiana stated that she was not joking at all, and she had already told him earlier that she did not at all want to become a widow. She said that she would not tolerate her child growing up without a father. The young man responded to her words and asked if she was pregnant. She looked at him confusedly and asked what he was talking about. She was excited and didn't understand why he suddenly asked about something like that. Kynel asked excitedly if this was not true. Tatiana looked away from him and embarrassedly stated that he should not suffer because he was responsible for their family. For a while, the young people looked at each other intently as they both started talking about the child. Tatiana asked her husband in bewilderment if he had really married her without even thinking about a child. He was taken aback and stated that this was not true at all. She sighed and said that it was clear from his expression that he hadn't thought about anything like that at all. He was puzzled and didn't know what to answer, but she said that he was just an irresponsible man standing in front of her. She stated that money should lie not in the ground, but in a bank, just as a child is born when spouses sleep in the same bed. She looked intently at her husband and asked if he understood her. He sighed and said that he understood everything. After some time, Tatiana saw her husband off after their short conversation. She said with a smile that upon his return, she would make even more people bow to him, so he could look forward to that moment. He looked at his wife with a smile and said that he understood everything. At that very moment, the young man looked at Camilla and said that he would like to talk about what she had said earlier. The lady looked at the young man in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He sighed and said that they were talking about precious stones, so he wanted to know what exactly she needed. The capital's top-tier creative auction hall was renowned for its top appraisers and shareholders, even though it followed the traditional method. The person who bid the highest amount of money won the auction, and the owner of the item could personally indicate the winner of the auction, because the goods there were family treasures and very rare things. There, the personal qualities of the future owner were valued in addition to large sums of money. This unique system existed only there, and people were less interested in what items were being auctioned than in how much money the Viscountess would spend in the new year. The Viscountess sighed heavily and declared that she was bored and would rather stay at home. She noticed that Kriat was not so popular these days. The young lady said with a smile that the valuables had arrived as expected, and this also concerned the feather from the goddess's wings. She said that simply touching the feast was already a great success, because this goddess's pie contained an unseen power and brought good luck to its owner. She looked at her mother with a smile and declared that she could fulfill the wish she had long dreamed of. The Viscountess sighed heavily and told her daughter not to talk about such things. After a while, the man called everyone's attention as a slot machine was introduced in the form of a potion made from dragon bone. He said that it was created from the skull of a white dragon, and just one drop could clearly clear a person's mind. It could also help restore lost memory. The man looked intently at his companions and declared that in case they didn't know, life is long and no one knows what will happen in the future. At that very moment, the Viscountess declared that she needed to speak to the manager and find out if there was anything worthwhile. She hadn't even had time to move away when Tatiana approached them and greeted them with a smile. She looked at her mother with a smile and asked how she was doing. The lady sighed heavily and asked if she had a daughter like Tatiana. Anesia told her mother not to say such things, as Tatiana had put on an interesting show. At that very moment, the young lady rushed to her sister, eager to greet her. Madame looked away from her daughters and declared that she was very surprised that there was a designer unknown to her in the capital. Tatiana told her mother with a smile that she didn't know about him because she was her mother. The Viscountess looked at her daughter in bewilderment and asked if she didn't even read the newspapers. The Viscountess declared that her daughter was no longer a courtier. Tatiana sighed heavily and said that everything was correct. The Viscountess was puzzled, as her daughter knew this perfectly well, but was still being rude to her. She asked her daughter if she really lived with her husband, and even threw away her reputation as an aristocrat. The Viscountess looked menacingly at her daughter and told her not to make her regret that she had once valued her. She wanted to know if her daughter had money hidden from her husband, but she also told her daughter that she would not be able to regain her past glory. She told her daughter that she was only the wife of a rich animal, but Tatiana said with a smile that this was not so, and she was Tatiana Townsend. The young lady told her mother that even if she did not know her husband's name, she would tell him to her several times. She stated that she was no longer a courtier and could not call her mother, who gave her life, anything else. She told her mother with a smile that even if she was so angry, she should understand her. The Viscountess sighed heavily and asked her daughter, "What were you thinking about when you came to the reception?" She told her daughter that coming to such a place requires a lot of money. Tatiana said with a smile that she also participated until last year, and therefore was well aware of the rules. The madam sighed heavily as she realized that her daughter knew a lot. At the same moment, her Naledi, with a smile, stated that there was no mention of belonging to the family. But moments later, everyone present turned around as the man announced the next lot. He told everyone with a smile that he wanted to show them something interesting. At that very moment, he demonstrated to everyone the heart of Flex. Madame stood up from her seat in surprise. Everyone present froze in their places, as if rooted to the spot, as they had never seen anything like this before. The man said with a smile that he had already completed the inspection by several appraisers, and as everyone could see, the heart was perfect without a single flaw. He reported that he was pulled out from a cut in the leg of the belly of a fire dragon living in the vicinity of sacred land. He said with a smile that before them was a true masterpiece of the century. The Viscountess froze in place, as she wanted to get her hands on this relic. But at that very moment, she paused for a moment and wondered if it was really a real heart in front of her. Tatiana said with a smile that she doesn't know about others, but she is not the kind of person who can be fooled, and that is true from the heart. She asked her mother how it felt to look at the heart she had been searching for so long. The lady was taken aback and, turning around, asked her daughter if it was really she who had provided it. Tatiana looked at her mother with a smile, but did not answer her. But at that very moment, she wondered how many people in the capital would be needed for Togo to cut open the fire dragon's belly. The lady looked at her daughter in shock and asked if it was really her husband who had done something similar. Tatiana said with a smile that her heart didn't drop. Suddenly, from the sky, her husband wasn't just given one thing. At that very moment, the man said with a smile that it was a perfect heart, and a small fragment had been put up for sale many years ago. At that very moment, the bidding began, and each of those present shouted out their amount. At that very moment, the man apologized, but stated that the seller had indicated the winner of the auction in advance. Immediately after a minute, the man pointed in the direction where the Viscountess was standing. Everyone held their breath, as they were very interested to find out who would become the owner of the rare relic. Tatiana said with a smile that she had previously thought about Mercy, but she felt it was right to give a chance to the most important person in her life. The madam looked menacingly at her daughter, because she did not know what other surprise she had prepared for her, but she told her daughter not to even hope that she would forgive her for this. Tatiana said that she hadn't even thought about it, and that regarding the relationship, she had no intention of striving to maintain a good relationship without any return from her. She said with a smile that in addition to this, she provided the correct price for this treasure. Tatiana told her mother with a smile that whether she accepts him or not is only her choice. The madam was furious and did not understand why her daughter was setting such wonderful conditions. She asked her daughter if she really needed to apologize to her husband or kneel before him. Tatiana sighed heavily and said that this was not enough. She told her mother that next week at an open banquet she should approach her husband and greet him politely. She stated that her mother should do it with a smile, as if nothing had happened. Tatiana told her mother that she knew the price of a heart very well, so she hoped that her mother understood what she was talking about. Madame knew that this was in fact a sign of reconciliation. Tatiana told her mother with a smile that she must fulfill all the conditions, since a greeting from the Viscountess is the ideal price for a heart. This is how the auction came to a successful end. After some time, the young lady lay quietly in her bed. Her husband asked if everything was okay with her, but Tatiana assured that she only had a cough and was not sick at all. Her husband had a different opinion, as he saw that she was not feeling well. He quickly walked to the window and said that all windows should be closed. Tatiana did not agree with him and asked him not to do something like that. She said that if he did something like that, she would never know when it was night and when it was day. He sighed heavily and said that none of that mattered. Tatiana was in shock and told her husband that the white nights would soon begin so that the night would stop falling. Kynel sighed as he realized that he would not be able to convince his wife, but he assured her that summer would soon come and it would be warm. He asked her if she knew what summer was. She said with a smile that of course she knew, since it was very warm in the summer and she did not need to wear a cape. She said with a smile that even the river melts and then a warm wind comes. He sighed heavily and declared that it was all fake. Tatiana looked at him in surprise. He said that what she experienced was not summer at all. Tatiana stated that, as it is said in the books, in the summer it becomes too hard to breathe because of the heat, even if you just stand still. At the same time, she said that the ice had completely melted and flowers were blooming not only in the greenhouses. She knew that it was not at all fair that only he knew about such a wonderful event. Kynell interrupted his wife and said with a smile that she should go with him. He said with a smile that she should come with him and see the real summer. Without a moment's hesitation, the young man picked up his wife in his arms. He declared with a flourish that they would visit all the places where there is real summer. At that very moment, she declared that she had never left for the capital. But her husband said that he had visited all the places except the sacred land. They all knew that the foundress goddess slept in the sacred land. Tatiana asked her husband in surprise what he would do if he went there in vain and disturbed the goddess's sleep. She knew that he would thus doom himself to her wrath. He smiled and thought for a moment. The young lady looked intently at her husband and sheepishly told him not to laugh at such a question. She said with a smile that her mother had gone so far, and she had said that if he or anyone else made a mistake in the sacred ground, then the person would immediately freeze to the heart. Tatiana sighed heavily and told her husband that she said whatever she wanted, and if he laughed, she would not say anything else. The young man looked intently at his wife and asked for forgiveness for laughing. Tatiana smiled and said that she accepted his apology. She looked away from him with a smile and stated that for this reason, he could laugh a little. Kynell tenderly embraced his wife and said, looking into her eyes, that they would go to the south. She asked with a smile if he would really take her from where it was summer. She asked with a smile if he was telling her the truth. Kynell looked at his wife with a gentle smile and declared that they would indeed go there. Tatiana said that it would be better if they did not go to the sacred land. She said that it would be better never to go there at all. But at that very moment, she looked intently at her husband and declared that she would like him to answer her question honestly, since they were, after all, married. She said that she was interested in his family, but at that very moment, Tatiana saw that his face changed after her words. She noticed this change, and at that very moment, sitting more comfortably on his lap, she said that if he didn't want to tell, then he didn't have to do it. But a moment later, she declared that if he ever wanted to share something like that with her, he should tell her first. Kynell sighed heavily and quietly whispered his wife's name. Tatiana stated that he knows her entire family, but she, unfortunately, knows nothing about him or his relatives. She said that it was unfair to her, but at that very moment, the young man changed his mind to her wife and asked if he could kiss her. The young lady, in turn, did not give him an answer to the question, but reached out to him herself. But, unfortunately, at that very moment, they heard the knight's cry. The knight shouted that Mrs. Hart was in critical condition. The young man was shocked, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. After some time, he burst into the room where Madame was. Without a moment's delay, he entered the room and saw that Madame was lying quietly in bed. At that very moment, the lady looked at the young gentleman with a smile and declared that nothing special had happened. She smiled and asked him for forgiveness. He asked excitedly if she was okay. She said with a smile that, of course, she was fine, and that she was glad to live in such a place. Kynell glanced sideways at his knight, who backed away and asked for forgiveness. Kynell looked at Madame with a gentle smile and said that he was very glad that nothing like that had happened. At that very moment, Tatiana entered the room with a satisfied smile and greeted Madame, and also introduced herself. Kynell looked at his wife in surprise and asked why she was in such a place. The lady was taken aback when she saw the young gentleman's wife. Tatiana, smiling, asked the lady to remain calm and not to strain herself too much. At that very moment, Tatiana knelt before Madame and declared that she had heard a lot about her and that it was a great honor for her to meet him. Tatiana said that she wanted to come quickly, but her husband left alone without waiting for her. The madam looked at the lady with a smile and said that she should not behave in such a way, since she was already an old woman and did not need excessive politeness. Tatiana told Madame with a smile that she had raised her husband, so such communication was natural. At that very moment, Madame could not bear it and burst into tears. After a while, the young people left Madame and went out into the street. Kynell looked at his wife and asked her for forgiveness. Tatiana looked menacingly at her husband and declared that if he also had ortho, he should have apologized from the very beginning. He sighed and said that he had no intention of hiding anything from her, but unfortunately, he had not had time to tell her. Tatiana sighed heavily, as she understood that he was simply incorrigible. She stated that she had already spoken with the nurse. She said that Madame, unfortunately, could not wake up due to deep sleep, so she came just in case. She was also told that something similar had been happening frequently lately, but today she saw that Madame looked happy. She looked closely at her husband and declared that there seemed to be nothing to worry about. She said that simply keeping silent was not that difficult for me in their case. Tatiana said that if she was happy, even on a day like today, then they could rejoice with her. She told her husband that he took full responsibility. The young man was surprised by his wife's words, and without wasting a minute, he hugged her tightly. Tatiana was in shock and screamed for him to let her go. She screamed that she was angry with him and asked her husband if he always surprised people like this. She screamed at him that she was angry and that he would regret it all his life. He sighed heavily and, looking at his wife, said that he was very lucky to have her. But he also asked his wife for forgiveness. Tatiana screamed with tears in her eyes that she knew perfectly well that he was sorry. Kynel asked in bewilderment what he could do. He sighed and said that he knew nothing about it, so she should teach him and he would try. Tatiana was surprised by his words, but at the same moment she said that Madame had told her about his childhood. She said that Madame was very sorry that she had spent the money on her treatment that he had saved to buy a watch. Kynel sighed heavily as he realized what exactly had happened. Tatiana looked closely at her husband and asked if there was a reason why he wanted to buy a watch. Kynel stated that even he was curious about how time flows for him. The young lady was surprised by such an answer. He said he wished he had at least one watch like everyone else. He said with a smile that then he probably could have endured something like this. At that time, he wanted to free himself from the unbearable restrictions. Although his life was like hell, not a single point became better. But in front of the ticking clock, he thought that there is justice in the world. He sighed heavily and stated that if he had such a thing in his pocket, he could somehow survive the next day. At that very moment, Tatiana asked if his time was going well. He sighed heavily and stated that this was not the case, and it seemed to him that his time had stopped. Tatiana sighed and said that next time she would also go with him, since this time it was difficult for her to come when the night was hanging on her belt. The young man was surprised to hear something like this. At the same time, in the Crown Prince's palace, a man announced that it was time to take his medicine. The Crown Prince sighed heavily as he realized that the time had come. But at that very moment, he was taken aback, as he suddenly felt unbearably ill. Everyone was extremely puzzled by the condition of the Crown Prince, and the prince said that he could no longer take such medicine. The man knew that the prince's headaches had started many years ago, and so he asked if he had been suffering from them all these years. The prince sighed and stated that such a nagging pain only appeared occasionally, but in recent years, the number of attacks and the pain itself had increased. The man sighed heavily and stated that this was due to the consequences of the war. He knew that all sorts of things happened on the battlefield, and at the same time, the prince was constantly on the brink of life and death. The prince thought for a moment, as 30 years had passed since his first battle. He was puzzled because he had almost no memories of that battle, and his illness had become chronic. The man informed the prince that Kynel would be attending the Federation of Banks reception, and the prince was surprised. The prince said that the young man did not like this, and he never attended such events. The man told the prince that the young man would come with his wife. The prince sighed and said that he had not seen Kynel for a long time. At that very moment, the man began to think, as he did not know who exactly became the young man's spouse. He supposed that they might be the Cartier twins, as they were undoubtedly beautiful. But he also noticed that the youngest sister, Lady Tatiana, had no equal in beauty, and yet people came in crowds to see her. The prince, with a satisfied smile, declared that the young man was also incomparable in beauty. The man looked at the prince in surprise, as he noticed his joyful smile. He told the prince with a smile that it must really be a long time since they had seen each other, and he was very glad to hear news about the young man. The prince looked at his subordinate in surprise and asked if it was really that noticeable. At that very moment, the prince turned around because he heard the empress's voice. She looked at him with a smile and noticed that he didn't seem very happy to see her. The prince was taken aback and staggered, as at that very moment he clearly felt pain. The empress looked closely at the prince, as she noticed that he was not in the best condition. At that very moment, she said that this was probably the reason he made the wrong decision. She said that he had awarded the privilege to Kynel's illegitimate son. The prince stated that the martial arts award was entirely his own. For this reason, he saw no point in listening to such things, and the empress looked menacingly at the crown prince. She looked at him intently and said that even if he, the prince, did not have positive feelings for her, personal matters should be kept separate. She knew that the Duke of Atlas's family had done a lot for the empire, and not long ago, a terrible tragedy had befallen the head of the family. She screamed that instead of beheading the monster who had committed a terrible act that she could not even utter, he had rewarded him with a privilege. She said that if he continued to ignore the aristocracy, everything would end badly. The crown prince asked how many of the aristocrats had picked up their balls and gone to the battlefield when the empire was in danger. But the empress was taken aback as she could not answer his question. The crown prince said the duke should consider himself lucky to be alive. The empress sighed heavily and noticed that his highness had changed. She said that if she had known about it, she would have treated him much better. She talked about the time when he could not do anything at all. At that very moment, he declared that if that had been the case, he would have been lying next to his father by now. There was no one who did not know that she was going to forcibly stop the emperor's breathing so that he would become indistinguishable from the dead, in order to place her little son on the throne. The empress stated that before losing consciousness, His Majesty told her that he would live to protect the empire. The crown prince looked at her in surprise and wondered who she needed to be protected from. At that very moment, the empress turned around as she heard the prince's voice. She looked at the Prince of Attacks in surprise, as he stood quietly to the side and was frightened at the same time. The empress quickly ran up to her son and asked what he was doing in such a place. The crown prince, without wasting a minute, turned around and announced that it was time for him to go. The empress, looking after him, said that if there is something that needs to be protected, then there is a way to change everything. She said that she was very envious of him in this regard, because he could not leave at any time without worries and regrets. She said that no matter what his luck, he would not be left behind. She knew that if she was not there, he would not worry about the death of someone dear to him. The crown prince looked menacingly at the empress, but said nothing. At that very moment, a searing pain pierced him. The empress said that he must stop going out onto the battlefield and return the name of the empire. At the same time, Tatiana looked at the new outfit in surprise because she had never seen anything like it before. Kynel told his wife that the previous dress was made of shiny fabric and had no jewels, so he gave the designer some gems. Looking at his wife, he asked if she liked the dress. Tatiana shouted with a joyful smile that she liked everything. And without wasting a minute, she threw herself into her husband's arms with a smile on her face, and at the same time, she thanked him. Kynel looked at his wife and asked if everything would be all right. She asked in surprise if he really doubted her. He sighed and said that she knew perfectly well that this was not true. Kynel looked closely at his wife and said that he didn't think she was taking this place seriously at all. Tatiana sighed and stated that the battlefield he was on was not the only one. She knew that such events were also not easy. She stated that many people in the capital were treacherous and cruel. She stated that she was well aware of this from her own experience because it was a battlefield where the weapon was not the sword, but the tongue. The Federation of Banks reception in the tower had a long-standing tradition. Unlike other receptions, only the families occupying the highest positions on each bank's guest list could participate. The most remarkable personalities were also chosen from among them. The young men looked closely at the Cartier family, as they had the feeling that the ladies lived in a completely different world. Madame sighed heavily, as she did not know why she had come to such an event at all. Her daughters were confused and did not understand why their mother would say such a thing. They stated that their sister would come. A moment later, everyone turned around because they heard some noise. But at that very moment, they saw Regina. The young ladies looked at their sister in surprise and asked why she had come to such an event. She smiled and stated that she had also received an invitation, and at the same time, she noticed that she had received an invitation in her name. At the same moment, she stated that there were rumors that something grandiose could happen at this event. The young lady looked at her sister intently and, sighing heavily, asked her to speak more quietly. Regina said with a satisfied grin that it seemed like something interesting would happen at the event. At that very moment, she announced that their mother would soon meet her daughter. She knew that Tatiana's wish would come true today. The young ladies looked at their sister in surprise and asked if she really found this funny. The twins said in one voice that they were scared. They were confused because they didn't know what happened at the auction. They said that the elder sister did not want to tell them anything. But at the same time, the young ladies understood that if Tatiana came, they would not hear anything good, and it would only hurt them all. She looked at them in surprise and declared that they did not know her youngest well. At that very moment, the young ladies turned around in a way that they did not know what people were waiting for. But at the same time, they assumed that everyone present was expecting a show, namely, that the Viscountess could slap her daughter. They speculated that the Viscountess might have grabbed the black wolf by the collar, or even something else. But at that very moment, Regina told her sisters that this was not so, and they were waiting for someone else. The lady looked at her sister in bewilderment. Regina, with a fierce grin, declared that they were waiting for them to fall. She said that everyone present would like to see their family break up by quarreling with each other. She understood perfectly well that her mother could not help but understand this. But at that very moment, the young lady wondered why her mother, who understood the situation perfectly well, had come to such an event. After some time, the arrival of the Duke of Atlas was announced. At that very moment, the young man looked intently and with bewilderment at everyone present. He could clearly see that the atmosphere in the hall was different, and at the same time, the young man wondered what was going on. But at that very moment, he froze in place, as he saw the cause of everything that was happening. He saw how the young people looked at each other with tenderness and trepidation, and at this, the young duke was furious. Kynel, in turn, caught the young duke's gaze on himself. At that very moment, Tatiana told her husband that they could simply move away from people they didn't need to deal with. She wanted to pretend that they didn't exist at all. The young duke heard the young lady's words and became furious. The young lady watched everything that was happening with a smile. Tatiana looked closely at her husband and declared that this was a battlefield, while she hoped that her husband would not quarrel with everyone. He sighed heavily and agreed with her, but asked what he should do next. She looked intently into the distance and declared that next there would be a battle with the king. But at the same time, she looked away and stared at her mother. She saw the Viscountess looking menacingly in their direction. At that very moment, Tatiana asked her husband in bewilderment why everyone was looking so intently only at her mother. Kynel looked at everyone and stated that they just wanted to see how the Viscountess would treat them. Tatiana said that this means that they are going to decide how to treat them. The young lady looked closely at her husband and asked him to smile, because the negotiations with the king were already over. She said with a smile that this was her gift to him. After some time, the Viscountess approached the young people, and everyone held their breath. The Viscountess looked closely at the young people, as she could not believe that they had met in such a place, given that they had a complicated relationship. Kynel looked intently at the Viscountess and called her. She didn't let him say a word, and declared that she really hoped they would have a good time. And at the same time, she hoped that they would achieve everything they wanted. Kynel, in turn, froze for a moment in shock and surprise. But he was not the only one who was surprised by the Viscountess's behavior. For some time, the young people stared intently at the Viscountess, and Tatiana asked her husband if he liked her gift. He looked at his wife in surprise, but she said with a smile that today's goal had been achieved. She said with a smile that now he could do whatever he wanted. She knew that now there was no need to bow to anyone. Kynel looked at his spouse with a tender smile, as he was immensely grateful to her. She said with a smile that now he could continue to ignore the local aristocrats, or, on the contrary, engage in conversation with them. A moment later, the young lady approached her sisters, and they greeted her with joy. Tatiana said with a smile that, unfortunately, she couldn't stay for long, as she wasn't used to this place. They looked at her in surprise, as they did not understand why she was saying such a thing. Everything was normal. The young lady, in turn, looked closely at her husband, as she saw that he was doing well what he was told. At that very moment, the lady asked her sister for forgiveness, while Tatiana looked at her with bewilderment. Viviana again touched on the topic of her sister's marriage, but Tatiana, with a smile, asked her sisters to speak only of good things. Looking at her sisters, she said that she didn't want to have any more regrets, so she just wanted to talk about the pressing issues. She said with a smile that no matter what happened or what had happened before, her husband was now by her side and she didn't need anyone else. The young lady declared to her sister that she only looked at men because of her youth and immaturity. Looking away, the young lady said that she had seen everything and believed that when the lights were out, all men were the same. After some time, the young lady also turned around as she heard someone calling her. Turning around, she saw her son-in-law. A moment later, the young people moved to the far corner, and Tatiana asked her son-in-law how he was doing. She said with a smile that she was extremely sorry that she had not been able to greet him properly earlier. He smiled and said that he had been waiting for such a greeting because he knew that the chance would still come. She said with a smile that he had always been kind to her, like a father, and he asked if she had really lost weight. Tatiana was surprised, but at that very moment he sighed heavily and said that she must have been in a lot of pain because of her mother. But Tatiana said that she was fine. He said with a smile that he would like the Viscountess to talk to her. He looked intently at the young lady and called her softly. The man sighed and said that he didn't know how to tell her something like that. But still, plucking up his courage, he declared that she should not hate her mother too much. He said that she acted this way because Autumn was worried about her daughter. He said that her mother had her own reason, Anicia. At that very moment ran up to them and asked her husband what he had talked about with her sister. They looked at her in surprise, but at that very moment she was taken aback and fell silent. Tatiana looked at her sister in surprise and called her as she wanted to hear the reason for her behavior. Tatiana smiled and told her sister that she shouldn't have shouted like that, and asked what had happened while she was briefly away from high society. The young lady was taken aback and did not know what to answer her sister. But at that very moment, the man, smiling, told Tatiana that she could tell him if she needed anything, because he intended to do anything. Tatiana thanked her son-in-law with a smile for such words, but now she felt good and knew that in the future everything would get much better. Everyone present told Kynel that if he wanted to join the mercenary squad, he could talk to the major. Kynel, looking at everyone present, declared that he intended to talk to his wife. At that very moment, everyone present was taken aback and froze in place, as they did not expect such an answer. After some time, the young man was looking for his wife in the crowd. At that very moment he saw his wife, who was talking with her sisters with a joyful smile. Kynel looked at his wife with a smile, because he was interested in what was making them all so happy. He understood perfectly well that this place was originally for her. A moment later, he turned around and looked in bewilderment at the young man, who angrily asked if he really didn't believe his eyes. The tipsy Duke shouted that this simply couldn't be happening. He shouted with fury that a guy like Kynel was simply unworthy of being with a girl like Tatiana. He angrily asked why such a worthless person had come to such an event. Kynel, in turn, looked menacingly at the Duke and called him angrily. The Duke angrily shouted at the young man not to forget about etiquette, even if he had privileges. The Duke of Fury asked the young man how he dared to look into the eyes of a man of such high status. He shouted with fury that Kynel had unfairly gained his status as a war hero, but he did not forget the insults. At that very moment, everyone present turned their gaze to the young people as a serious quarrel was unfolding. The Duke angrily shouted at the young man that he did not know how he had managed to persuade Tatiana, but he could rejoice. Maybe, but in the end, she would return to him. Kynel looked at the young Duke with fury and declared that he could continue. At that very moment, the Duke froze in place. Kynel, with a sly grin, told the Duke that the more he said nasty things, the less likely it was that she would approve. Kynel told the Duke that if he were in his place, trying to destroy the family, he, as an influential aristocrat, would have no sense of dignity. Kynel smirked and told his opponent that it was hard to call him a duke, but he said that if he had known that he was so insignificant, he would have spoken to him beforehand. The Duke was furious and did not understand what nonsense his opponent was talking about. Kynel noted that the Duke's earlier words were true, that if war came, he would be the first to be taken away, because that was his fate. Kynel, when leaving, told the Duke that he would kill him before doing so. Kynel looked at the young man with cold fury and swore that he would not even blink an eye at that moment. The Duke was taken aback and told his opponent that he was out of his mind. He did not understand how he dared to say such a thing and take upon himself such a sin. Kynil said that no one could believe that the beast could speak human language. A moment later, he approached his wife and announced that it was time for them to leave. Tatiana said with a joyful smile that she hadn't seen her sisters and bank employees for a long time. At that very moment, the young man told his wife that she had drunk too much, and at the same time, he immediately picked her up in his arms. The young lady looked at his husband with bewilderment, as she did not expect such a thing, while the Duke looked after them with fury. But at that very moment, the young sisters were whispering among themselves with contented smiles. The young lady, in turn, looked intently after her sister. At the same time, she remembered the joyful smile of her younger sister, who declared that everything was fine with her and that it would be better in the future. Her husband came closer to her and hugged her tightly, but did not forget to quietly call her. She, trembling, asked her husband not to tell her anything. That same evening, the maids surrounded their friend and asked if it was true that the Townsend estate paid high wages. Since a friend of theirs had recently gotten a job there and said he was receiving bonuses, Anne stated that they were paid not just once, but constantly. Anne knew perfectly well that her mistress had been holding back until she burst. At that moment, the young ladies fell silent, as the Viscountess greeted her maid. The young people were taken aback, as they did not expect to see the Viscountess. A moment later they were left alone, and the Viscountess sighed heavily, as she understood that if a stranger saw them, he would think that she was going to sit down. The Viscountess looked at the maid with a smile, because she knew that her sister was ill, but with good money she could quickly recover. Anne stated that Miss Tatiana paid all the expenses for her sister's treatment, and she also visited her often. Anne declared that she would do anything to protect her mistress, and she was willing to give up the money and intended to withstand all threats. The Viscountess asked with a grin if this was true, but at the same time she noticed that the maid had become better. The young lady looked at the Viscountess in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. The Viscountess understood that the maid was very loyal, but she stated that she was only going to get the dragon's heart. At this point, Madame stated that the maid was the first to greet the animal. Anne asked in surprise what they were talking about. Madame said with a smile that she did all this just to meet her. The young maid froze in place in surprise, as she did not understand what Madame wanted from her. Meanwhile, the young sisters were discussing the fact that the young man had taken away their sister. The twins pounced on their sister, as she did not understand their feelings at all, because they had not seen Tatiana for a long time, and he simply took her away. They said they couldn't even imagine when they would see each other again, but at the same time, they understood that in a little while, she would disappear. At that very moment, Regina sighed heavily and announced that her husband was leaving tomorrow, while her sisters did not know what would happen to their child. Regina tried to distract her sisters from Tatiana, but they still wouldn't calm down. She sighed heavily, looking at her sisters, because she did not understand when they would grow up. But at that very moment, the young lady dodged, as she did not understand whose appearance was causing such a big commotion. At that very moment, everyone looked at the Crown Prince in surprise. Everyone present whispered among themselves, as some of them were seeing him in person for the first time. They knew he was already old, but they did not understand how he could have such a beautiful face. The young lady looked at her sister with a smile and asked if she agreed with them, but their sister did not answer and only looked at the prince in silence. They thought that their sister had already seen him, but they didn't understand why she stood and looked into the distance in surprise. At that very moment, Regina slammed the glass down on the table, and her sisters froze in shock. She looked at her sisters intently and menacingly, and asked them to find Tatiana's shortcomings, because she needed to think about something. The twins understood that they should not interfere, because if they said something unnecessary, they might not be able to put their bones back together. At this, the young ladies were taken aback, as they heard that someone had insulted their younger sister. Without wasting a moment, Regina turned around with fury and looked at the girls who were talking nonsense. At the same time, the young lady Gavrila told her friends that if she were in the young man's place, she would not have thought about coming to such an event, since she understood why he was called a beast. The twins were shocked. They did not understand why the girl started talking about something like this now, since they knew that Regina would not tolerate such a thing. At that very moment, the girl was taken aback, as they saw an enraged Regina. But the young lady continued to say that the young man held his head high, even in front of the Duke, and did not observe basic etiquette. She said that he was already a cruel beast, and his wife behaved very arrogantly, while she understood that they had nothing to lose, and they could say whatever they wanted. At that moment, the twins became filled with rage as they realized that the girl had touched their younger sister. They wanted to silence her, but Regina stopped her sisters. The young lady continued to talk about Tatiana's outfit with a smile because she knew that a commoner had made it for her. At the same time, her friends were wary of her words and understood that this would not end well. They told their friend that, be that as it may, the Viscountess had greeted the young people, but the lady assured them that it could not have been otherwise since her daughter was there. She knew that everyone in the imperial family wanted to put the country in order, and that the Duke would soon do something similar. Unfortunately, the young lady Regina did not tolerate this, and at that very moment, with a stony face, she grabbed the lady by the hair. Everyone present froze in shock, as they did not expect to see anything like this. The source of the Carde family's troubles was, as always, the inimitable Regina, who quickly and radically solved all problems. At the same time, the young lady was shocked and did not understand why the girl was doing something like this, because she knew that Tatiana was no longer part of their family. Regina glared at the young lady and smirked and said she could swear as much as she wanted. The girl was shocked and did not understand why Regina was doing something like that. Regina said angrily that she had been thinking about this for a long time because no one had touched on such a topic for some time. The lady was in shock and realized that her companion was not in her right mind. Regina pushed the lady away angrily and stated that she was just about to answer, but because of the buzzing of the bug, all her thoughts flew out of her head. The young lady was in shock. She screamed and asked for help, but everyone present just stood silently aside. At the same time, the twins sighed heavily because they understood that their sister had not changed at all. That same evening, the young man, hugging his wife, quietly called her. He sighed heavily and looked at her intently, but having collected his thoughts, he said that in the banquet hall her sister called her something else. Tatiana was surprised because she didn't expect her husband to say something like that. She turned around and asked if he was talking about her nickname, specifically that her sisters called her Tiara. She said that her family and close friends call her that, but of course, they need her consent for that. Tatiana was embarrassed and asked her husband why he asked such a question. Kynel looked away from his wife with embarrassment for a moment and declared that he was, after all, her husband and her family. She looked at him with a smile and said that she would think about him calling her that. He looked at her with a smile, as he was glad to hear something like that. That very moment, she said she would see how he would prove himself that very night. A moment later, the young man tenderly kissed his wife, but, jumping back from his wife, he asked if he should leave tomorrow, because one extra word and he would not go anywhere. But at that very moment, she pulled away from her husband and asked him to stop. He was in shock and did not understand how she could drive him crazy and then tell him to stop. The young lady was taken aback and said that this was not so because she wanted to do something first. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was talking about. At that very moment, she threw him onto the bed, and the young man looked at her in bewilderment, as he did not understand what she intended to do. She looked at him with a smile and told him to be quieter. At the same time, she said that he should remain in this position. Tatiana kissed her husband tenderly and declared that she would take care of everything herself tonight. The next morning, the young lady woke up in terrible pain, and at the same time, she realized that she had overdone it with alcohol. The maid leisurely went into her mistress's room and asked if she was awake. The young lady did not answer, but she noticed that her maid was puzzled by something and informed her mistress that her husband had left early in the morning and that his journey would take at least 20 days. Tatiana sighed heavily because she understood that it was too long, and at the same time, she really wanted to see him again. At that very moment, the maid handed the small mirror to her mistress and declared that it had been sent by the master. Tatiana understood that the mirror was a little dirty, but it was made by the hands of a master. And at the same time, she understood that her husband personally chose something similar for her. Anne looked at her mistress intently and asked her to hurry up with breakfast. At the same moment, she said that she had also prepared tea for her mistress. Tatiana thanked her maid with a smile. But Tatiana also noticed that her maid had looked pale since yesterday evening. She wondered if something had happened. The young maid was taken aback, as she did not expect such a question. Tatiana asked her maid if she was ill with something, and she assumed that it was hard for the maid to wait the whole evening for her to return from the banquet. Anne shouted that this was not so, but at the same time, Tatiana noticed that the maid's voice was somehow strange. She said they had not been able to get a family doctor, but she still wanted to notify the hospital so her maid could be examined. The maid stated that she was fine. At that very moment, she poured tea for her mistress and asked her to drink it. Tatiana sighed heavily and agreed. She slowly lifted the cup, as she wanted to start drinking tea, but still, she did not freeze her love for us. After taking a sip of tea, she began to cough. Anne was in shock and asked her mistress if everything was okay with her. Tatiana noticed that the smell seemed disgusting to her. It seemed to her that the tea was similar to the one she drank earlier. Anne stated that the butler had bought the tea and that it seemed good, but if she didn't like it, she would throw it away. Tatiana looked at her maid with a smile and said that she shouldn't do this, and that she should rather go and rest. Anne backed away, as she understood that her mistress was still very kind to her, while Tatiana noted that her servant was very faithful, and if she fell ill, she would have no one to rely on. After some time, the young lady was left alone in the room, and she realized that from now on, she needed to abstain from alcohol. After some time, she collected herself and sat quietly with the documents. She wrote down all her thoughts in her personal diary. At that moment, she realized that she had not had any women's days last month. She understood perfectly well that her husband still had a long way to go, and yet she did not know what to do. Tatiana knew that she couldn't discuss something like this with her mother, since they weren't in a fight. At that very moment, she remembered Lady Hard and realized that she would support her in this matter and help her. Sometime later, the young lady began to prepare, as she wanted to go to Madame. But a moment later, Tatiana was taken aback and froze in shock as she saw something out of the ordinary. Meanwhile, the young commander was hunting various animals, and his subordinates said that they should not rush, as they had a lot of time. Kynel stated that they didn't have much time, and besides, he was bored. At that very moment, his knights announced that they had received a letter, and it spoke of the strange movements of the Duke of Atlas. He said the Duke was transporting stones and timber to the Duchy of Boulogne. They raised the point that the man could do whatever he wanted on his own property, but it was strange that he would suddenly decide to start building together when he was surrounded by rocks on all sides. They knew that the Duke was extremely annoyed about what had happened at the last banquet, and now he was wandering everywhere. But at that very moment, the knight assured his master that he did not need to settle down, because their lady was next to Owen, who would not allow anyone to approach her. Kynel sighed heavily and agreed with his subordinate. The young man looked at his commander in surprise and asked if they were really not going to rest anymore. His commander said that they needed to finish all their business as quickly as possible. But at that very moment, he looked at his hands and realized that he would have to give up two dangerous tasks. The young knight looked at his commander in surprise, as he had not expected to hear anything like that from him. Kynel said that if he got hurt, she wouldn't like it. But the young man looked at the captain in bewilderment, as he hadn't expected such a thing. But at that very moment, he realized that they were talking about the young lady. They entered the cave, and the commander told his subordinates that they could leave if they were tired, as he intended to take care of everything. But the knights said that this would not happen. They knew they shouldn't have taken on this assignment because it would have taken them a long way. But their commander had declared that they would share everything they got during the raid. He said they should not forget that this is why they agreed to this assignment. At that very moment, the young man froze in place because he saw something. Looking at the beautiful crystal in the cave, he remembered his wife. Kynel, in turn, hurriedly approached the crystal, and turning around, he declared with a smile that they should not touch the crystal, since it was his. Meanwhile, at the gathering, some aristocrats said that thanks to Kynel, their empire had become even stronger. They understood that all it took was to buy the tower for cash, and the young man's fortune would become unimaginable. Moreover, the Viscountess approached them and greeted them first. At that moment, the Duke could not stand it and shouted angrily that it seemed they had forgotten how much they had received. Sometime later, the Duke visited his aunt. He was furious because he knew that the so-called war hero had insulted him, and she continued to watch from the sidelines. He angrily asked his aunt why Tatiana had accepted such an animal. The Empress was puzzled, as he was making such a fuss because the young lady had rejected him. He shouted that she was not the kind of girl, and that if other ladies greeted him, it would be of no use. At that very moment, the Empress calmed down her nephew and asked where he had taken the Baron's daughter at the banquet. He asked in bewilderment what was wrong, since Tatiana had left with the animal. The Empress sighed heavily and told her nephew that they should leave. He was furious and had no intention of doing anything like that. The Empress was furious and screamed that that old fox gave her goosebumps. She angrily asked her nephew what she should do. She stated that Tatiana had officially married with the temple's consent, and if they approached her incorrectly, they would only worsen public opinion. He asked in surprise if she was talking about their engagement because she didn't want to return what she had received from the painting family. The Empress said angrily that they must end this conversation because she had to go to His Majesty. After the Empress had gone, the Duke was left alone. But he was not alone for long, as the prince came to him in search of his mother. He looked intently at the prince and informed him that the Empress had gone to His Majesty. The prince looked at the Duke intently and addressed him in a formal manner. The Duke said that he could address him in a more informal manner. At that very moment, the Duke asked the prince with a smile if he would like to spend time with him. The Duke smiled and told the prince that if he didn't want to, he would leave. The prince was taken aback and said that this was not so. He would like to be with him. For some time, the prince and the Duke walked leisurely along the corridors of the imperial palace. A moment later, the Duke asked the prince what he would like to do. He suggested that he go treasure hunting. At that very moment, he gave the prince the ring and said with a smile that he should hide the ring and he should find it. The prince was frightened and told the Duke that he did not know whether he should take something like that and hide it. The Duke, with a predatory smile, declared that the prince and the Empress must have at least one place where they stored their valuables. Early on, the Empress told her nephew that all he wanted was Tatiana. She said that since there were no adults in his family, she would do everything herself. So she led his entire wedding from beginning to end. And then talks about marriage were unilaterally interrupted. It was worth it for the entire capital to be turned upside down because in one moment, everything stopped. He was confused and knew his aunt wouldn't do that. At that very moment, the prince looked intently at the Duke and declared that he did not know whether such a place existed. At that very moment, the Duke asked the prince how about Togo lending his mother's secret place. The prince looked at the Duke in surprise, as he did not expect such a thing. After some time, the maid looked into the distance in surprise as she saw a young lady. Tatiana looked at Madame with a smile and did not say that she was the only one who had come today. The lady said that she should have contacted her earlier. Tatiana was taken aback and asked if something had happened to the lady. She stated that this was not so, but Madame was delirious every night. Tatiana was surprised, but her companion said that Madame would be offended by a vision every night. And at the same time, Madame would tell something that she could not understand. At that moment, she bowed and declared that nothing special had happened, but she was afraid that she had simply wasted her mistress's precious time. Tatiana looked closely at the maid and asked if Madame was sleeping now, since she wanted to see her. A moment later, Tatiana entered the room and greeted Madame. The madam was taken aback, as she did not expect to see the young lady, but Tatiana asked her companion to rest, because if she was comfortable in this position, then Tatiana would also feel at peace. Tatiana sighed heavily and said that she didn't have time, so she was in a hurry, because she wanted to consult with her on one matter. She said, sheepishly, that she had no one else to talk to except Madame Hard. The lady looked at the food, and the lady with a hopeful gaze and asked if she was really in a position. Tatiana said sheepishly that she was not yet entirely sure. She looked intently at her companion and said that this was the reason she had come to her. Madame was very surprised, but at the same time touched by her words to the lady. She was very happy. After all, she knew that her young master would soon become a father. Tatiana sighed heavily and said that until she saw a doctor, it was impossible to say for sure whether she was pregnant or not. Madame said that the lady should come as soon as she had seen the doctor. But she also said that she thought the lady was still in a position. Shedding tears of joy, the madam spoke of the young lady so that she would definitely come to her. At that very moment, Tatiana asked what if her husband was not expecting their child. Madame told the lady that he would be happy with the baby. She stated that she learned that they were married when he came to visit her. She noticed that it was then that he was in seventh heaven. Tatiana was embarrassed and simply could not believe him like that. She asked Madame about how he was as a person she was talking about now. Tatiana told Madame with a smile that it turned out that she was pleased with everything that was in him, and at the same time she noted that she was glad that he returned home a war hero. The lady, with tears in her eyes, declared that her greatest joy was that he was still alive. After some time, the man happily congratulated Tatiana. Tatiana was shocked, but at the same time, she was very happy to hear such news. The doctor looked closely at the lady and stated that she was not in perfect health, so she should not be nervous or overexert herself under any circumstances. Meanwhile, the young knight stood quietly and hummed a song while his mistress rejoiced at the news. At that very moment, the doctor suggested that the young league stay for a few days at this estate. He stated that the road leading home was steep and also required a lot of endurance, so she should get a good rest. He stated that she would be bothered by morning sickness for some time, but that if she rested, everything would gradually get better. A moment later, the young lady, embarrassed, asked the doctor to keep the news a secret from her husband, as she wanted to tell him herself. He said with a smile that he would certainly fulfill her request, but also stated that the captain would be most pleased to hear the news from her. Tatiana was confused and asked if he really thought so. The doctor said that it was so and nothing else. He said that he was immensely grateful to the captain, and therefore he was also happy that such a wonderful event happened to him. The doctor stated that the orphanage and institutions for the poor were grateful for the support, and thanks to the captain, he was able to provide free medical care. Tatiana was very surprised to hear something like this, but at the same time, she felt pride for her husband. Sometime later, Tatiana thanked her baby for giving his father another reason to live. She hoped that, thanks to the small child, her husband, who was clumsy in his actions and communication, would get rid of his regrets and begin to live a wonderful life. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as she realized something truly amazing. At that very moment, she remembered her husband and realized that she loved him. After some time, Tatiana tenderly looked after Madame. They also didn't forget about walks. At the same time, Tatiana, with a smile on her face, asked Madame about her husband. Madame said sadly that, due to numerous difficulties, he grew up quickly, and if it were not for her, he would not have been able to survive them. Tatiana looked at Madame with bewilderment. At that very moment, Madame said with regret that she had to leave and her mistress had to live. She didn't know what the mother felt when she had to close her eyes after the birth of her child, or what the child felt when he lost his mother immediately after birth. Tatiana understood that she could not get the child she had recently learned about out of her life. She said with a smile that her husband probably looked very much like his mother. Madame said that he was her mistress's child, but he also had beautiful red eyes and beautiful facial features, but his hair color was different. She said with a smile that her madam was as fair as the young lady. Tatiana was surprised, as she did not The madam said with a smile that her mistress was a truly beautiful girl. But unfortunately, she died after childbirth fever, without even really looking at the young master. Madam said that after birth, she had to give him a name. Tatiana sighed heavily as she heard a sad story. But at that very moment, she looked at her companion and asked about her husband's biological father. Madame started talking about the biological father, but Tatiana said that she didn't need to know that. She smiled and said that her husband probably didn't know either, so he promised to tell her everything. The madam looked intently at the young lady, but did not answer her, while Tatiana wondered whether her husband would love her and their child. Madame said that of course he would love him, even though at first glance he looked cold, but he was not really like that. She knew that even though he had had a hard time, he still grew up and met a good man. The madam looked at the lady intently and said that she should stay by her husband's side forever. Tatiana understood that her husband would become a good father, and they would live happily. She understood that this would definitely be the case. She knew that everything didn't happen quickly, but over time, he became her husband. At the same time, she hoped that he would become a good father. Tatiana knew that at first he was clumsy, but she understood that she herself was the same. Tatiana knew that both of them weren't so bad. At the same time, she wanted them to hold hands and come through everything together. She looked at Madame with a smile and said that she would definitely tell him these words upon her return. Sometime later, the man thanked the knights with a smile for their help, because despite their busy schedules, they still destroyed the monsters. Kynel sighed heavily and stated that he was simply doing what he had to. But the man still didn't calm down and said that they quickly cleared the cave of demons, so he was grateful to them. He said with a smile that he had prepared a banquet for them as a token of his gratitude. Kynel was taken aback and looked down in bewilderment as he heard someone calling him. The little boy looked at the commander with tears in his eyes and said that he had suffered because of him, so he asked for forgiveness. Kynel, in turn, looked at the boy for a while without saying a word. A moment later, he thanked the man for his kindness, but he informed him that he had to leave immediately. His knights were a little puzzled. They were told that he should at least receive proper treatment. Kynel turned around and said that he needed to go home, and they could rest first and leave later. They were worried because he was going to go alone. The little boy looked at the captain intently and asked if he was really leaving. Kynel told the boy that when he saw him, he remembered that there was a place he must return to. Meanwhile, the young woman, lying in her bed, felt a burning pain and malaise. She slowly rose and sat up, but at that very moment, she remembered the doctor's words about the possibility of anemia in the early stages of pregnancy. The doctor also told her that it would be difficult for her, but she should increase her diet. Tatiana knew that even at the slightest cough, the family doctor would not come running to Ni. She remembered being sick all the time as a child, but then her mother was always by her side. At that time, Madame looked at her daughter with tenderness and trepidation, but she was also very worried about her health. As the young lady walked slowly down the corridor, she thought for a moment that she had become sentimental. She wondered with a smile if it was because of the baby. Tatiana understood that, despite her lack of appetite, she had to force herself to eat so that he would grow up healthy. She knew that even her mother, who commanded the whole world, would do anything for her. And yet, Tatiana doubted that there was anything she could not do for the sake of the child. She understood that it would be wonderful if the child's father were the same. She remembered the moment when he asked in surprise if she was pregnant. She remembered the moment when he was surprised to hear a negative answer. Tatiana remembered that he kept asking her again and again with his characteristic look of complete surprise. She understood that it did not at all seem like he did not want a child, but she knew that he had never once told her that he loved her. But she knew that he showed everything with his actions. After all, ever since she asked him to tell her when he was leaving and when he was returning, he always began to inform her of this news in advance. And during the time when they were together, he listened to her attentively. Even if he didn't understand something, he still nodded in response to her. The young lady raised that this was enough. At that very moment, she was taken aback. As she heard someone calling her, she turned around because she didn't understand who was in front of her. But a moment later, she saw Madame. The madam looked at the young lady with tears in her eyes, as she thought that in front of her was a completely different person. Tatiana approached Madame anxiously and asked her to calm down. But Madame did not calm down and told her mistress that she had come, and at the same time, she said that she had missed her very much. At that very moment, Tatiana remembered the nurse's words that Madame saw all sorts of dreams every night and muttered something incomprehensible. Tatiana looked intently at Madame and said that the night air was still cold and it was time for them to return to the room. After some time, they were in the room, and the madam, breathing heavily with tears in her eyes, said that the young gentleman had grown into a wonderful man, but he had endured a lot. Tatiana froze for a moment, not knowing what to answer. At that very moment, Madame declared that the gentleman had recently become engaged to a very beautiful girl, and she was so beautiful that if the lady saw her, she would be very surprised. Tatiana looked intently at Madame, and at the same time she was surprised by her words. Madame stated that the mistress no longer needed to worry about anything. Tatiana said with a smile that she was very glad to hear something like that. But at that very moment, Madame declared that the young gentleman had got rid of his hatred for his father. Tatiana froze for a moment as the conversation turned to her husband's biological father. She told us that he had put everything behind him and stopped dwelling on the past, and that was why he had returned her necklace. Madame sighed heavily and said that she was now talking about the sign she left. Tatiana froze, as she did not understand what Madame was talking about. Madame said that even if it wasn't Monsieur Rainier, the young gentleman was happy enough that she could relax. Tatiana froze in shock, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. Now she clearly understood who her husband's father really was. After some time, Camilla looked at Canel with surprise, as she did not expect to see him at all. He looked at her intently and stated that she must have been very busy. He asked her if she had disturbed her. The lady was taken aback and shouted that this was not so, and at the same moment she asked him to sit down. A moment later, the young man presented the designer with beautiful stones. He said that last time she herself said that it would be nice if she received them, while Camilla looked at the precious stones with delight and surprise. She smiled and said that she remembered her words. At that moment, she looked closely at the young man, as she realized that he had immediately returned from hunting monsters, which is why his clothes were dirty. At that very moment, the lady began to talk about the young man's wife, but she called her a tiara. He looked at her in surprise. But at that very moment, he asked if she had just called his wife a tiara. Camilla smiled and said that it was true, because the tiara was the young lady's nickname. Camilla looked at the young man with a smile and stated that the lady allowed her to call her by her nickname. At the same time, the young man was very upset and angry, since no one had given him permission for such formalities. At the same time, Camilla looked at him with bewilderment, not understanding why his face had suddenly changed. A moment later, she asked him to wait a little, and he was left alone with his thoughts. He was a little puzzled and angry, as he did not understand why his wife did not allow him to call her that way. At that very moment, he saw a small teapot with tea on the table, and the young man decided to serve himself. Camilla slowly approached the young captain and offered him a cup of tea. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, because she saw that he was already drinking tea. She simply could not believe that he drank something like that. Kynel asked what had happened, and also asked if there was poison in the tea. She smiled and said that it was not that at all. It was not the kind of tea that men drank. He looked at her in surprise and asked with bewilderment if there was a certain tea for women and another for men. She said that this was not so, but perhaps he was not familiar with it. After all, he drank the tea that most of you women drank. He asked if his wife also drank similar tea. Camilla did not expect such a question, but without waiting for an answer, the young man began to drink tea. He understood that without a doubt, she drank this tea with him, as he remembered the taste and aroma of the tea. But at that very moment, the young lady declared that this was most likely not the case. She said that this tea has a contraceptive effect. At that very moment, the young man froze in place. Camilla said he drinks dried German root. Brewed in warm water, it tastes like tea and has few side effects, but the most important thing is that it is definitely effective. She sighed and stated that with long-term use, there is a risk of causing infertility, and that it was taken by people like her who did not plan to have children, so young Tatiana definitely could not take it. At that very moment, Camilla stated that she had met Tatiana a few days ago, and that she had noticed that the girl had lost a lot of weight, so she thought that they should have another fitting. At that very moment, Camilla told the captain that she thought he was mistaken because there were a fair number of types of tea and many that were similar to each other in smell and taste. He sighed heavily as he knew that everything was correct, and most likely he was just confused. A moment later, the young man declared that he would take care of his wife's clothes himself. As he was leaving, he asked Camilla to tell me that he had come to see her. Camilla looked after him in surprise, but said nothing. Meanwhile, he was slowly returning back to the estate, while he was very immersed in his thoughts, because Kynel remembered how his wife, with a smile, offered him to have tea together, after which they had a stormy night every time. But, unfortunately, at that very moment, all his thoughts vanished, as his faithful, Knight reported that a misfortune had happened to Mrs. Hart. In no time, the young man and his faithful knight rushed to the lady. Meanwhile, standing in the church, everyone was mourning Mrs. They turned around as they heard the crash. Kynel, without saying a word, went straight to his nanny. At the same time, everyone was watching him closely. At that very moment, Tatiana remembered how she had recently been given a thing belonging to the late Mrs. And at the same time, the Mrs. had declared that Tatiana would make the right decision. But as soon as she opened it, she froze in shock and hurried to close the lid of the box. Madame looked at Lady closely and asked if she shouldn't have told the gentleman about Mrs. After all, it was not a happy event. But Tatiana did not answer. She sighed heavily, looking at her husband, and declared that she would tell him everything later. In her regret, she knew that he was now filled with sorrow at leaving. She didn't want to put too much on him at once. And she also stated that the baby wasn't going anywhere in her belly. She knew that during this time, the distance between them had not changed at all. Meanwhile, the young lady became ill again, but her husband was a witness. He was scared and didn't understand what was going on. At the same time, he saw that she was bleeding. He shouted for her to look at him quickly. Kynel was agitated and didn't understand what had happened, so he hastily asked if there was something wrong with her, but Tatiana said that it was just a trifle. Kynel was shocked and shouted that this was not so. He did not understand why she was so careless about her health. Tatiana said that she was not really fine, and he did not need to make a fuss. But he did not stop and asked how she knew such a thing. He asked if she ate right and if she slept enough. But he also shouted that they would call a doctor without delay. Tatiana looked sadly at her husband and stated that she had already received treatment. She said that she was examined by the gentleman who had previously been responsible for Mrs.'s health. She stated that he knew her best and that she was not in pain. She sighed and stated that it was most likely due to worries about the funeral and so on. He looked at his wife with excitement and asked if it was true. But at the same time, he was furious and did not understand how she cared about her health at all. At that very moment, the lady became furious and shouted that he had no right to tell her such a thing. She touched his face tenderly and declared that he himself came to her in a similar state. The young man was puzzled, as he understood that he could not answer her. But at the same moment, he asked if she was confident in the accuracy of the doctor's diagnosis. She sighed and stated that her doctor was a person who had supported her for a long time. Kynel sighed and said that it was all true and she was right. But still, he saw that his wife was gloomy and immersed in her thoughts. But a moment later, he pulled away from his wife and noticed a small box. Tatiana, looking at her husband, said that Mrs. Hart had left her a small box. Tatiana asked her husband if he wanted to open the box with her. Kynel looked away from his wife and said that he had no desire to open it. Tatiana was a little puzzled and angry at the same time, but she knew that she could put pressure on him. He sighed heavily and said that he didn't know at all why his nanny had gone so far. He knew that it would have been better for both of them to just let each other die. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand why she let him go despite all the hardships he had gone through. Kynel sighed heavily and stated that perhaps, deep down, she regretted it. Tatiana was shocked by his words, and at the same moment, she asked if he really thought his nanny regretted something like that. Before he could answer, his husband's friend asked again if he really thought so. She was furious and couldn't understand how he could not know this after spending so much time with her. She was furious because he couldn't stop doubting who was next to him and what their intentions were. Tatiana asked angrily if he couldn't just believe it. He sighed heavily and asked if Mrs. had told her about his life. He looked away from his wife and declared that absolutely everything was difficult for him. Every word, every breath, and even every exhalation. He stated that Madame said that she had never turned a blind eye to such things. He said he was threatened by people who were suspicious of everything he did. Kynel asked menacingly if he really should have trusted it if he just looked good. At that very moment, Tatiana looked intently at her husband and asked what was going on with her. She asked if he didn't believe her either. The young man paused for a moment and remembered that earlier, when he had met Camilla, she had said that his wife could not drink such tea because it had a contraceptive effect. But he remembered how his wife, with a tender smile, asked him if he liked this tea. Kynel, looking into his wife's eyes, declared that it didn't matter because she belonged to him and that was all. He said that she had already become his woman and would not be able to run away from him until her death, and it did not matter what he felt about her being next to him because she was simply in his life. He said that even if it was just her body, he didn't care at all. The young lady was shocked and didn't understand what he was even talking about. He sighed heavily and said that he thought he should ask about it. Kynel sighed, looking at the box, and said that if someone believed it so easily, they would have died 100 times already. The young knights looked at their comrade in surprise and asked if he really saw Tatiana every day. Owen said with a proud smile that this was true, since he was a butler. Owen stated that they were chatting and drinking tea together. The knights were surprised, bunkered. Did they really not even eat? He said that this was not so, And they were still laughing, angry, and surprised. And at the same time, he was offended that he simply looked at all this, unable to say anything. The knights were surprised, but at the same time glad to hear something like this. But at that very moment, the young man said with a puzzled expression that everyone was alive. Recently, the situation between the gentlemen had not been very good. After all, neither the captain nor the madam looked at each other, and it seemed to him that a blizzard had unfolded between them. He started saying that he hardly spoke and ate very little. But at that very moment, the young man was taken aback as he heard the voice of his captain. He turned around and saw his commander looking at him menacingly. Sometime later, the young man was in his commander's office and he couldn't utter a word. Kynell, looking at the young man, asked how his wife was doing. The knight was taken aback, as he did not expect anything like this. Kynell asked if it was true that she didn't eat even without him. The young man was puzzled, as he understood that she was not eating because her husband was not around. But he could not tell him with such a face, and so, looking away, he said that this was so. But at the same time, Kynell did not understand at all what had happened and why she behaved this way. He said that the late Mrs. was very happy about the arrival of the young league, and even when she left their world, Madam did not leave her side for a step. He told the captain that he should have seen the lady smiling with her eyes closed. He looked at his master and declared that he should sincerely thank his wife for this, and he also reported that Tatiana even prepared the madam's body for burial. He asked in surprise what was wrong with her body. Owen stated that there was nothing wrong with her, and she was only consulting a doctor. At that moment, the captain realized that there was something in this, and asked his knight to call a doctor. Owen was taken aback and stated that the doctor was currently helping patients in the countryside, so he didn't even know exactly where the doctor was. Kynell, in turn, was adamant, and, looking menacingly at his knight, told him to call a doctor immediately. The young man was taken aback and said that he would certainly do everything, but at the same moment he asked the gentleman whether it would not be easier for him to ask the lady directly what was bothering her. Kynell was taken aback for a moment and remembered their last conversation. At that moment, the knight sighed heavily, for he knew that a great loss had occurred. But he wondered if it could be that the young lady was simply pregnant. He looked closely at his master and declared that they still got along very well. He said they were a normal couple, like everyone else. Kynell looked at his knight in surprise and asked what he was even talking about. He looked menacingly at his subordinate's wedding and asked if he had ever lived like the rest of them, even for a moment. The young man was taken aback and, sighing, said that it was so. Kynell, to his regret, knew that he would never feel the same. He remembered his conversation with Camilla and realized that he would never have a real family. At the same time, the young lady was heatedly discussing with her mother that they had acquired new ships, but the further they went, the more they sank. Madame sighed heavily, as she knew that this was the limit. But the young lady was puzzled by everything she heard, and said that this villa was prepared for their younger sister. She said that every year during the frosts, she caught a cold, and would like to spend the winter there. Madame looked at her daughter intently and declared that the tiara was no longer there. The lady was puzzled and simply could not answer her mother. In any case, she noted that she, the mother, did the right thing, doing something similar for her daughter, and she said that the Empress wanted to seize the opportunity. Anesia didn't understand how long her mother was going to hesitate. Madame looked at her daughter in surprise, as she did not hesitate at all. At the same moment, she said with a smile that the Creedon mansion and the newest trading ship would depart for the port of Lorvin. The young lady asked her mother in surprise what she was even talking about, but the madam assured her daughter that she would soon understand everything. She understood that, in fact, this was not at all bad. But at that very moment, the maid informed Madame that a guest had arrived. After some time, the madam looked at the young man with a smirk, as she knew that this was his only path. She saw his silhouette, and at the same time she saw his menacing expression. At that very moment, the pineapple looked at the young man with a haughty smile, as she did not at all expect that he would come to her personally. The young lady, in turn, looked at them with fear and surprise, as she understood that a serious scandal was about to erupt. The lady looked at the young man with a fierce grin and said that the fact that she had talked to him once did not justify his sudden visit to her house. She said that he must have had some good reason for coming to her in person. At that very moment, the young man looked intently at the Viscountess and called her. He stated that they were not yet close enough for her to greet him so warmly, so he wanted to get straight to the point. He stated that she believed she did not know whose fault it was that Tatiana was kicked out of the house, and the only one who did not know this was she. The Viscountess looked at the young man in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He said that her words and actions were different. He did not understand how she could let go of Tatiana, who no longer bore her last name. She was surprised and looked menacingly at the young man, as she did not understand the reason why he had brought up this topic. At that very moment, he threw her a small bag and said that she would soon understand the reason. The Viscountess looked at the young man with fury, as she understood what was being said. At that very moment, he gave her the same menacing and fierce look. She was surprised and asked what he was getting at. He looked closely at the Viscountess and assumed that it must have been she who had forced Tatiana. The Viscountess, sighing heavily, asked who had told him such a thing. He sighed heavily and, looking away from the Viscountess, asked if someone had really told him about this. Would she have confessed to what she had done? At that very moment, a maid entered the room with a guilty look, and she didn't even look at the gentleman. Madame looked at the maid with fury, as she realized that piracy was pointless. Madame looked at her son-in-law with fury and asked if the maid had really told him that she had forced Tatiana to do something like that. Kynel looked menacingly at Madame and said that he had not said such a thing. At the same time, the maid looked at Madame with tears in her eyes. She could not answer anything. The madam sighed heavily and called her daughter. At that very moment, the young lady took the maid out, as she understood that they would have a difficult conversation. Kynel looked at the madam and wondered if the maid had never confessed, she would have continued to hide everything. The Viscountess smiled and said that he didn't even have any proof. She said that even if the maid said that she did it, no one would believe her. He looked intently at Madame and declared that his wife would certainly believe it. He said that everyone in the world would believe the Viscountess because they supported her, but not Tatiana. She looked at the young man with fury and asked if he had just threatened her with her own daughter. He looked at her intently and stated that at the moment she was the only threat. Madame was furious and asked what he had even said. Kynel stated that although the maid was upset, she did not fully reveal the truth. Madame was taken aback because she did not expect such a thing. But he knew a man who could force the maid to do something like that for Tatiana and keep her silent. He smirked and asked if she wasn't the only option. The Viscountess realized that he had no proof, and at the same moment, she thanked him for thinking so highly of her. But she asked if he thought that Tatiana could have eaten something like that only because she wanted to. Kynel looked menacingly at the Viscountess, as he had not expected such a thing at all. She looked at him, as she realized that he had already thought about it. At that moment, she asked, why not think of another great idea? She said that they could gradually move away from each other until their relationship fell apart completely. The young man looked menacingly at his opponent and declared that he would no longer tolerate her treating his wife like that. Madame looked at him with fury and asked if that was really a threat on his part. He looked at her menacingly and declared that if she caused Tatiana any harm, they would no longer meet so politely. Kynel sternly declared that she should immediately remove her hands from his wife. But in response, Madame only laughed predatorily. He looked at her closely and asked her not to laugh. Then Madame asked why he didn't just kill her instead. Kynel, in turn, shuddered, as he had been expecting such a question from her. Kynel said that even if Tatiana cut all ties with her family, she would not be able to live with the man who killed her mother. He asked if she really needed to do that. The Viscountess looked at the young man intently and said that she was the first to ask that question. Madame asked if he really thought that she would live with her grandchildren. She did not let him answer and answered herself that she intended to do something similar, and therefore she ordered the maid to take care of this matter. She said she just didn't want to be treated like an animal. For this reason, she advised her daughter to take birth control pills. The madam, with a predatory grin, said that even if Tatiana was no longer her daughter, she still could not get rid of her blood in her body. But she, in turn, had no intention of allowing their blood to mix into one. Kynel, looking at Madame, declared that he would never believe that his wife would be happy about something like this, even if he didn't want it. Madame asked with a smirk if it didn't matter to him what she thought. He sighed heavily and declared that only one thing was important to him. Kainel said that this was not what Tatiana meant at all. Madame looked menacingly at the young man. He said that whether their children were Tatiana's or not, it didn't matter to them at all. The lady looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he trusted her daughter. He sighed and said that it was not so, because he grew up in a bad place because of which he could not trust anyone. She looked at him with bewilderment, not understanding why. At that very moment, he declared that he could trust her more than himself. He said that Tatiana was not like any aristocrat he had ever met, and she was even different from her own mother. He understood that she would soon die before she would lie to anyone. Kainel stated that she was the only one in this world who had retained her nobility. At that very moment, he became thoughtful and remembered his beautiful and beloved wife. Kainel looked at Madame and asked if she thought she had too much hatred for just one person. He sincerely asked Madame not to touch his wife anymore. At that very moment, Madame asked him if he was really going to continue saying that he didn't believe in her daughters. He smiled and said he couldn't believe Tatiana was still with him. After all, her actions and words were like a dream. Kainel stated that if they were to ever break up, he would consider her the best for the rest of his days. He understood that he would always worry that if he left her even for a moment, she would disappear. He understood that if he did not see her smile, his heart would start beating faster from worry. But if she looked at him with indignation or anger, it would be worse than any injury received on the battlefield. He understood that next to him was a magnificent creation, but he had no guarantee that it would always be like this. At that very moment, the young man could not bear it and rose up. He realized that they had nothing more to talk about, and so he rushed to the door with lightning speed. The Viscountess called him. She looked dirty at the young man and declared that she was now convinced that he could not be trusted, since he had not said that he loved her daughter. He looked at her in surprise, as he had not expected this. But Madame came closer to him and said that this was not all. She said that this time he must keep his word, no matter what. She grabbed him angrily by the collar of his clothes and shouted that he had to give her a promise. She screamed that his good intentions were enough for her. She screamed that she didn't need anything else, while the young man was perplexed. And on top of everything else, he couldn't move from the spot. Meanwhile, the young lady was walking around the room in a worried manner, and she was very angry because her husband had not come to her at all. Tatiana was furious because she didn't understand when so many indifferent men had spawned. She didn't know how much time had passed since she told him that she would reciprocate only if he made the first move. She was puzzled because she saw that everything had returned to normal, and besides, he had not even thought of coming home for at least a week because she really wanted to see him. At the same time, the young lady, with a smile, asked their baby for forgiveness for his father. But she was worried and wondered if he would love their child. She remembered that Madame had told her that although the young gentleman seemed cold, he was not really so. Tatiana was sure that he would love their child. After some time, she informed her maid that she wanted to go to the training camp. Her maid was excited because it was supposed to rain soon. Tatiana assured her maid with a smile that everything would be fine because the camp was nearby. Anne told her mistress with concern that in that case, she would go with her, since she did not want to let her mistress go. Tatiana said with a smile that she didn't need to do something like that, since for the first time in a long time, she could take a short walk alone and ride in a carriage. Anne was a little puzzled, as she had no desire at all to let her mistress go alone. After some time, it finally started to rain, but the young lady watched the raindrops closely as she was lost in her thoughts. She remembered her husband, who asked with trepidation how she felt. At the same time, the young lady was puzzled. She did not understand why he suddenly behaved differently that day. But Tatiana also knew that today the three of them would return home. At that very moment, she clearly heard her husband's voice. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not expect to see him. They stared at each other for a moment, their eyes never leaving each other's. Kainel, in turn, was shocked and did not understand why his wife went out in such weather. He was furious because he had hired many people to follow her, but no one stopped her when she went out of the house in bad weather. Tatiana stated that he had not come home or contacted her, so she asked if he was angry because she had gone out, even though he had not seen her for several days. The young man looked at his wife in surprise, as he could not object to her. Tatiana looked at her husband pitifully and stated that a whole week had passed. She asked if he could speak to her more gently. He sighed heavily, not knowing what to answer her, but at the same moment, she asked if he was dissatisfied with her. Kynel said it was simply impossible. Tatiana looked intently at her husband and said menacingly that he had said earlier that he did not know what she felt. So she said that she also doesn't know what he feels and what he thinks. She sighed heavily and said that if she were her old self, she would be pleased to see him after so much time. He sighed heavily and said not to be angry with her. She asked in surprise why he was making so much noise in that case. He sighed as if he had not wanted anything like that at all. At this point, the young lady was furious, as she did not understand how he could treat her like this. At that very moment, the young man hugged his wife tightly and asked her not to do anything rash. She sighed and said that he hadn't come home or contacted her, and she was afraid she would never see him again, so she went looking for him. Kynel, in turn, only quietly hugged his wife. But after a few minutes of silence, he announced that he would have to leave her again for a while because he needed to decide something urgently. It could drag on for a long time. Tatiana was upset and asked how long he would be absent. Her husband said that he could be absent for a month or several months. Tatiana was worried because it was too much. She was worried and asked if his question could drag on longer or if he would still be able to leave early. He sighed heavily and said, looking away in my direction, that he would try to return as soon as possible. At that very moment, she shouted that he should not leave, as he had promised to be her husband. For this reason, she wanted him to always remain by her side. She said that they decided to work together, and at the same time, the young lady began to subtly hint to him about the child. But a moment later, her whole world collapsed, as she heard from her beloved husband that he did not want a child. He looked at her intently and declared that she did not have to have children. The lady looked at her husband with tears in her eyes and asked what he was talking about. He didn't answer her, but she asked what his words meant. Trembling with fear and with tears in her eyes, she asked, what if they did have a baby? Looking away from his wife, he stated that he would not allow this to happen because there were many ways to get rid of a child. Tatiana froze in shock, as she was already pregnant and he wanted to get rid of their child. But at that very moment, she became furious and asked her husband how he dared to say such a thing. She did not understand how he could do this to her. She screamed that even if everyone in their world said something similar, he simply had no right to say such a thing. She was furious because she knew that he himself grew up without a father. So he knew this pain like no one else. With tears in her eyes, she screamed that he should understand perfectly well how cruel his words sounded. Kynel reached out to his wife to calm her down, but the young lady pulled away from him and screamed angrily at him not to touch her. She screamed furiously that she trusted him, and he told her something like that. She asked if he was really going to repent, but at the same time she noticed that he didn't even know how to do such a thing. She realized that her husband was clumsy, but he was not at all cold or insensitive. She screamed that, despite his difficult childhood, she thought that he had become a wonderful person, and even his clumsiness could play a role. But now she saw that she was wrong. With tears in her eyes and with rage, she told her husband that he had not changed at all, and he was the kind of person who could never change. She looked away from him and declared that she had been mistaken when she thought that he had changed. And at the same time, she noted that she should not have trusted him at all. She understood that from the very beginning, they had only a contractual relationship. Kynel cried out that it was not so, and she was the only one he trusted. The young lady understood that this was not the case, and therefore asked her husband why he had not told her about his father, since she had been waiting for this for a very long time. She said that she depended on him and waited for him to tell her everything. He looked at her in surprise because he didn't understand what she was even talking about. Tatiana looked at her husband with fury and asked if he really didn't know what they were talking about. She looked menacingly at her husband as she intended to tell him about her biological father. The young lady could not resist and declared that his biological father was His Royal Highness Prince Rainier. The young lady stood quietly and stared at the horizon. She hoped that the prince would be okay and safe, but at the same time, she wanted him to return to her as soon as possible. She knew that he would come running to her with a joyful smile. At the same time, she understood that whenever he returned to her after the war, he always came to meet her. The prince did not let go of his beloved, as he treasured her very much. Madame tenderly told her mistress that she should not be sad, because the prince would always be on her side. Tatiana was shocked by everything she heard. She couldn't believe Madame's story. At that moment, the young lady looked at her husband with a smirk and asked if it wasn't funny, since he was the person who drew the line between them by saying that she was a noblewoman, while he was nothing compared to someone like her. The young man was taken aback and asked his wife how she knew such a thing. Tatiana looked at him in surprise and asked if it really mattered now. He didn't answer her, but she declared that all that mattered was him. She said he had no other choice, but she also said she didn't know how difficult his past was. Tatiana said she would understand if he didn't tell her first, so she just hoped that his wounds would heal and he would be able to tell her everything. The young man was shocked and begged his wife to wait a little. He reached out to her, but she said that he should not touch her. She looked at her husband with all seriousness and declared that although he had transferred her trust, it was still only an agreement, and perhaps it was her fault, since she had really hoped for something real. Kaino was frozen in shock and unable to speak, but a moment later, he shouted that she shouldn't say such a thing because it wasn't true at all. Finally, one of them looked at him menacingly and, turning around, walked away. But she noticed that nothing had changed. She looked intently at her husband and sternly declared that he should live the way he lived before and that she would follow his example. Tatiana said that, according to the contract, he could take possession of her body whenever he wanted. But at that very moment, she declared that he had no right to do this. He was shocked and could not utter a word, as he did not expect to hear anything like this from his wife. Tatiana looked menacingly at her husband with fury and declared that from that moment on, she was letting him go. The young man, in turn, froze in a daze after her heavy words. Meanwhile, the Viscountess visited the church, and looking at the priest, she said that he seemed to be doing well. She looked at the priest closely and said that she thought he was avoiding her because it was difficult to meet him, so she wanted an explanation. Looking around the temple, she noticed that things were going well for him. He smiled and said that if she thought so, then it was true. The Viscountess declared that she had not come to him to listen to his righteous speeches. He stated that his prayers to the goddess are always the same, and he will always offer as much as he can, whether it be prayers or offerings. She sighed heavily, because she knew it was true. But at the same time, the madam stated that it was absolutely impossible to think about the believers who sold her daughter. The priest looked at Madame with puzzlement, but she sighed heavily and asked him to be sure to keep his promise. At the same time, she noticed that the dog's eyes were not closed, but hers were, on the contrary. At that very moment, they noticed a girl who, with tears in her eyes, begged the goddess to help the poor child. The lady slowly approached the girl and asked what she was doing. She sighed heavily and told the girl not to do anything like that, as all prayers were useless. The Viscountess looked menacingly at the girl and asked if she really thought that the goddess would help her if she carried a newborn child out on a cold day and pressed herself against him, crying many times. The madam told the girl that she would be very lucky if her child did not catch a cold, and without wasting a minute, the madam took the ring off her finger and threw it to the girl. The girl was in shock, but the madam told her to dress the child warmly and take him to the hospital for treatment. As she was leaving, she told the girl to stop praying, as it wouldn't help at all. Madame knew that prayer is something a person does when he has no choice. Meanwhile, Tatiana sat quietly in her room and recalled the words of the late madam that the prince would be safe and she did not need to worry, as he would soon return to her. After all, she was a little puzzled, and she knew that her husband could tell her at least something about his father. She wanted to wait for him with the child, and at the same time tell him the good news after he told her everything. But she recently found out that he didn't want their child, and it broke her. Tatiana was shocked when she heard bitter words from him. She did not know what to do, and so she sat quietly and thought. But at the same time, all her thoughts flew away, as her husband shouted and demanded that she open the door and talk to him. He was furious because he knew he should have left then. But at the same time, it was difficult for him to look the day in the eyes. He shouted that she had to come out. After some time, The young lady quietly watched her husband leave, but in turn, she continued to live her everyday life. She understood that she needed to eat right, at least for the sake of her child. Meanwhile, they lived in the same castle, but tried not to cross paths with each other. After some time, Tatiana came to her designer, and Camilla looked at the young lady with surprise, as she had lost even more weight. Tatiana sighed heavily and asked if this was true. Camilla asked the young lady if she was okay, because she didn't think Tatiana had come to choose clothes. Tatiana sighed and sadly stated that she had come for a walk to lift her spirits, but there was nowhere to go. She thought that if she stayed at home, she would go crazy, so she got into the carriage and left. But when she came out, she realized that there was simply nowhere to go. She understood that the sisters would no longer accept her as they had before. After all, earlier, the official news that Tatiana had renounced her home had thundered throughout the capital. After a moment, she sighed heavily and announced that she had enjoyed her tea and now it was time for her to go. But before she could take a step, she saw the outfit under the screen. She told Camilla with surprise that it looked like she was working on some kind of secret outfit. Camilla asked her companion with a smile if she was really interested. Tatiana was a little puzzled, as she did not want to see the dress before the owner. Camilla smiled and told the lady that she definitely deserved such an honor. Tatiana was surprised by such a statement. But at that very moment, Camilla removed the cape from the finished outfit, and Tatiana froze, as she had never seen anything like it before. She looked at the beautiful outfit in surprise and could not utter a word, as all the decorations blinded her. Camilla said with a smile that it was the first time she had seen an amethyst that suited Tatiana's eyes so well. Tatiana asked in surprise where Camilla had found something like that. Camilla looked at Tatiana with a smile and said that the commander brought it to her and told her to use this amethyst on a dress for his wife. She said with a smile that it was very romantic on his part. Tatiana was puzzled, because she understood that the same thing happened every time, because he had previously given her a box that was filled with precious stones, and she very much believed that one day he would see her heart and not her appearance strewn with expensive stones. She knew it was stupid of her. Camilla looked at Lady in surprise and asked if she didn't like the dress. Tatiana said with a smile that she really liked the dress because Camilla made it herself, but she asked Camilla to go up a size a little since she planned to gain a little weight. Camilla was a little surprised, but at the same time glad to hear something like that. She shouted and congratulated the young lady, but she said that she had no idea and was very worried afterwards. The girl, Tatiana, thanked her with a smile and said that when the baby was born, she would ask her to sew clothes for him too. Camilla smiled and told the young lady that she could leave everything to her, and at the same moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, as she was afraid of the hints. Tatiana looked at her in surprise, as she did not understand what she was talking about. Camilla stated that when the commander brought her the jewelry, she was worried that she had made a mistake. Tatiana asked with bewilderment what mistake he was talking about. Camilla said the commander had previously said that the contraceptive tea she drank tasted and smelled the same as the tea his wife served him, and which she drank on a regular basis. Tatiana froze in shock, as she had no idea what they were talking about. Camilla said there was no point in a pregnant woman drinking contraceptive tea. At that very moment, Tatiana remembered how her faithful servant served her tea, and at the same time, she knew that she had no opportunity to buy new tea, so she had to drink the old tea. But at that very moment, the young lady realized that she was drinking not just old tea, but a contraceptive. After some time, she went out into the street in anger. She knew that her husband had been acting extremely strange lately, and she thought it was because of the loss of his nanny. But at that very moment, she wondered if his strange behavior was because he assumed she was on birth control. Tatiana was puzzled and didn't understand how to proceed in this matter. She understood that she should have asked about everything first and should have double-checked everything. At the same moment, the young man asked Madame if she was okay. He said that if she wasn't feeling well, it would be better for her to go home straight away. She sighed heavily and asked if he could bring her some water. He said that she needed to get into the carriage first. She sighed and said that she simply didn't have the strength for it, and so she asked him to bring her some water. At that very moment, the man said that he would definitely do everything, but she needed to wait a little. She saw the man disappear from the horizon and decided that she would never come back. A few minutes later, she found a new coachman. Having sat down in the carriage, the young lady wondered where she should go. Tatiana was puzzled and wondered if she had anywhere to go at all. She understood that the man who died was great, but she had nowhere to go. At that very moment, the coachman asked the young lady where she wished to go. Tatiana wondered where she could go, as she did not know what to answer the man. She remembered the old place that brought her warmth. She wanted to go to the place that welcomed her most warmly. Therefore, she immediately asked the coachman to go to the southern outskirts. Tatiana understood that she needed to be strong. She knew she had to cope and become strong, but she kept a close eye on the coachman who was hurriedly looking for her everywhere. At the same time, Tatiana thought about everything that had happened. She remembered how the maid served her tea, and how the maid said that she had prepared something special for her. Tatiana remembered drinking tea with a unique aftertaste. After the servant changed the tea, it was still ordinary and had no unusual taste. But Tatiana didn't notice anything suspicious, as she simply thought that her taste had changed somewhat after pregnancy. Tatiana was puzzled and wondered if the taste of tea had really returned to its former state. She then told the maid that she had the feeling that she had drunk it before, but she thought it was the same tea. Anne then stated that this was not the tea that the previous butler had bought, but she said that if she did not like it, they would throw it out. At that very moment, Tatiana realized that her maid was involved in everything. She was shocked because she realized that even though she had bought new tea, this one was once the only one she could afford. But at the same time, she understood that there was only one person who could force her maid to act in such a way. Tatiana was shocked that her mother was involved in everything that was happening. Tatiana understood that her mother was capable of something like this. After all, she, like no one else, knew perfectly well that her mother never refused anything. She knew that her mother considered her the only exception. She wanted to sincerely ask her mother why she had to do this, but unfortunately, she could not come to her, and she did not want to stay in her husband's house either. She remembered how her husband coldly declared that he did not want a child and would not allow her to give birth, since there were many ways to get rid of the child. Tatiana burst into bitter tears, as she wanted to go back to the very beginning. She really didn't want anything from her husband, but in turn she wondered if things would be better now if they didn't start all over again. Moments later, the young lady was taken aback as the carriage began to shake violently. But not even a minute had passed when the carriage began to shake violently, and Tatiana did not stand out and screamed. Meanwhile, the young man was destroying monsters without a break. His knight asked to take at least a break for a few minutes, but the young man was deeply immersed in his thoughts and did not hear anyone around him. His subordinates knew that for several days now, they had been destroying everything in their path without rest. And at the same time, people said that they looked like magical beasts, but compared to the commander, they were nothing. They saw that the box was already full of precious crystals, and they knew that it would be worth more than several mansions in the center of the empire. The young man also informed the commander that this was a well-known medicine that could revive even patients on the verge of death. A few minutes later, the commander told his subordinates that it was time for them to leave. The young man ran hastily to his commander, as he did not want to let him go, not even one step. The young people were shocked, because they caught many beasts, but only took the crystals. They also knew that other parts of the body were also expensive. After a few minutes of the short drive, the young man told the lieutenant that he would have to leave for a short while. The young man asked the captain if this was the same as last time. He sighed and said that he understood everything, and also reported that they would reach the capital. The captain told the young man that he would be going alone. The young man was shocked and asked the captain where he was going and how long his trip would be. Kynel left all his questions unanswered. Sometime later, the young man visited the Black Wolf's mercenaries, but before he could even step over the threshold, he already heard his name being called. Owen shouted to the captain that he had brought him a doctor. Moments later, the man smiled and told the young man that it seemed he had been looking for him urgently. He said he was very sorry that they had met now, considering how far away he was. Kynel looked at the man and said that he had arrived just in time. A moment later, the doctor was taken aback, as he saw blue crystals. He was incredibly happy, as there were a lot of them. Then the captain asked if they should use these crystals for medicine. The man happily said that they would use them in this direction, as it would be possible to cure many diseases with the help of these crystals. Kynel asked if it was possible to cure a serious illness. The doctor stated that these crystals help stop bleeding, so the medicine made from them will be effective in treating injuries, and perhaps it can be used in the treatment of congenital diseases. But nevertheless, its healing properties were impeccable. He remembered how the Viscountess had furiously asked him if he knew much about Tatiana. She had shouted that if he really wanted their child to be with them for the rest of their days, then he needed to listen to her carefully. Kynel told the doctor that he had collected a lot of blue crystal, so he should help him decide what could be used as medicine. The man looked closely at the young man and asked what medicine he was looking for. He said that he was looking for any medicine and everything that would be beneficial for the body. The man said with a smile that he understood everything and would study everything carefully. The doctor also said that he was surprised when he learned that the captain was looking for him, so he rushed over immediately. He was wondering if something had happened to him and that he needed to be careful now. The captain looked at the man in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about. At that very moment, the doctor realized that Madame had not told him anything. The young man looked at the man in surprise, as he did not understand what he was talking about. He looked closely at the doctor and asked what exactly his wife was supposed to tell him. The doctor was taken aback, as he remembered that Madame had asked him to keep this news a secret from her husband, as she wanted to tell him everything herself. He was puzzled and did not know how and what to do, because Madame was going to check on her husband herself, so, unfortunately, he could not put his words together. But at that very moment, the young man could not stand it and angrily asked what was wrong with his wife. The doctor could not withstand such pressure and cried out that Madame was pregnant. This news made the young captain feel dizzy, and he could barely stand on his feet. The young man screamed because he saw that his commander was feeling ill. The doctor sighed heavily as he imagined how happy the captain was when he found out that they had a child. The man said that earlier, the young lady had said that she would wait for her husband and talk to him personally about this matter. He also said that the late Mrs. was happy when she found out, and then she cried as if her lifelong dream had come true. Kynel, in turn, simply could not believe what he heard. After all, he had previously told his wife with a cold expression on his face that he did not want a child. Now he was puzzled and wondered what he had done. He could not believe that he had said such a thing to his wife. At that very moment, he shouted that he needed to see the crown prince immediately. The young man was shocked and asked the captain if he really wasn't going to go home now. Kynel shouted that he didn't have time now. But at that very moment, he froze in place because he saw that the Viscountess had come to him, and she was filled with anger and fury. The Viscountess, without wasting a minute, approached the young man. At this, she angrily grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and asked where her daughter was. She was seething with anger and screamed that he should know where she was. She was furious and screamed that he was really so pathetic that he didn't even do his chores. The young man was taken aback, as he did not understand what she was even talking about. At that moment, she could not bear it any longer, and with rage pushed him away so that he fell to the ground with a crash. She screamed furiously that she never thought she would find out that her child was no longer alive. The young knights were shocked and rushed to their commander, but he stopped them. Kynel rose and asked the Viscountess to tell him everything in more detail. He sighed heavily and announced that his wife had left. Madame looked at him with fury and anger. He looked at her menacingly and firmly declared that after his wife, he would be unable to decide whether she would kill him or not, so she must tell him everything immediately. After some time, the coachman told them that he had gone to the southern outskirts with Tatiana, but a black carriage had driven up behind them, and it had suddenly hit their carriage, where Tatiana was. Kynel looked at the man in surprise, as he didn't expect them to go to a place like this. The man replied that after the story he thought about everything, and it seemed to him that they had been followed from the city center, because otherwise they would not have gone so far from the city. The young commander was furious, and asked the coachman where his wife was now. The man was taken aback and said that he could not answer the question, since he lost consciousness during the collision. He sighed heavily and stated that when he woke up, he was already alone. Trembling with fear, he said that the lady was very famous, and he immediately recognized her when she got into the carriage and decided to tell her family everything at once. At that very moment, Madame swore furiously. The captain looked closely at Madame and noticed that she seemed to know who was involved in what happened. He looked at everyone present and stated that he needed to discuss something with the Viscountess so they could go. Kynell asked if this was really the work of the Duke of Atlas. She replied menacingly that no one else would laugh at such a thing. She was furious. And since Alexei Atlas had decided to cross the line and kidnap her precious daughter, she screamed that she had heard rumors that he had an addiction to drugs and alcohol, but he crossed the line by doing something like that. She screamed furiously that she should have dealt with him long ago. He looked at her closely and said that she was needed in the right place. Madame looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He said that it took a beast to deal with a beast, and since he was an animal, he could deal with the Duke. He understood that if her problem were given a solution, it could be solved with money or power. She would catch him and return her daughter. He looked at Madame intently and asked if he was telling a lie. At that very moment, the young man pulled his sword from its sheath and asked where the Duke was now. Madame was taken aback as she did not expect to see such a thing. Kynell said with fury that no matter how much he thought about the young man, he was not a duke at all. The madam looked at her son-in-law with fear and said that she was just now wondering where he could be. At that very moment, the Viscountess's son-in-law burst into their room and called her. They looked at him in surprise as they did not expect to see him. At that very moment, he stated that the Empress said that she knew nothing of the sort, despite the fact that Auntie and Lebany had been waiting in the palace all day and she had not come out to them. He said the Duke had not been seen in the gaming and banqueting rooms for several days. Looking at everyone present, he stated that, for this reason, it could be said with certainty that he was not at the ducal residence. Kynell asked angrily if there were any places the Duke could go. Madame stated that there was no aristocrat who was not smart enough to reveal such information. She assumed that he was at one of the family's villas. At that very moment, she began to show on the map all the villas that were under the control of the ducal family, while the young captain listened attentively. At that very moment, he remembered what his subordinate had recently told him, namely that the Duke's actions were suspicious, since he was constantly transporting stones and timber to the Duchy of Valognes, then assumed that the Duke intended to build a villa. Without a moment's delay, he announced to all those present that the Duke was in Valognes. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not understand why he thought so. Kynell stated that he had previously been informed that Duke Atlas had been transporting stones and timber there. Madame cursed furiously, as she realized that he had been planning something like this for a long time. The man looked closely at his mother and asked her to calm down, as he knew that the duchy belonged to Valognes. He said that it could be a trap and they needed to be careful. But Madame White screamed in rage that she didn't care whether it was a trap or not. She screamed that he had kidnapped her daughter and they could not sit idly by, while the young captain quietly listened to them and thought over all his actions. The man looked at them sharply and stated that they knew very well what law protected the Duke's territory, and if they entered his territory without permission, they would use it to overthrow the Cartier family. Madame looked at everyone present with fury, as she understood that he was right. He said that accusing someone of kidnapping and trespassing were two different things, and if he stole Tatiana before they arrived, the game would be entirely by his rules. She was furious and didn't know what to do in such a situation. The madam was furious, as she understood that her daughter was now in mortal danger, and she simply could not sit and wait. He said that he would try his best to convince the Empress because they needed to obtain official permission to enter. Madame shouted that she was sure that the Empress would give them permission to enter. The young man was taken aback for a moment, not knowing if this would really be the case. Kynell looked at everyone present and asked what they would say if he told the Crown Prince everything. But he was informed that the Crown Prince was on an inspection tour and was currently unable to contact him. It was unknown whether he could help them, but first he intended to send a private army to the outskirts of the city for protection. But they knew that as soon as the army took even a step into private territory, the ducal army would attack them. He shouted angrily that it was all useless, and throwing away the card, he walked angrily towards his wife. After some time, the young lady opened her eyes and looked around in bewilderment. She did not understand what had happened or where she was, but moments later, she was taken aback as she heard a familiar voice. She saw the Duke in front of her and asked angrily how she had ended up in such a place. Alexei looked at the young lady with a fierce grin and asked what kind of manner of communication she had. He asked with a sly grin whether she really wanted to see her husband in his place. At that very moment, Tatiana realized that the accident was staged. Alexei, with a haughty grin, asked if she had really grown up to be a princess and now thought that she could always be cheeky. He came closer to her and lifted her chin, remarking that this could be cute. At that very moment, she pushed him away and asked how he dared to touch her. He looked at the young lady in surprise and said with sadness in his voice that even in such a situation, she was still so angry. He came closer to her and asked angrily if the Viscountess's daughter was rejecting him. At that very moment, the young lady was taken aback, as she smelled alcohol and suddenly felt sick. Alexei looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what had happened at all. He asked if she really wanted to say that he was so disgusting to her that she did not even want to look him in the face. At that very moment, he said with an arrogant grin that she had no other choice, and she would have to look only at him for the rest of her life. He assured her that she should consider this a great honor because he was the head of the Grand Duke's family. The young lady immediately recoiled from him and told him not to come near her. Alexei looked at her with fury because he did not understand how she could be so stupid. He indignantly asked if after her wedding with the beast, she could no longer see anything. He shouted that her place was next to him, and she should be incredibly grateful to him for such an honor. She sighed heavily as she didn't know that this was the worst thing that could happen. She was surprised as he had stooped low. He looked at her with fury as he didn't expect to hear anything like this. Tatiana looked menacingly at the young man and stated that they had talked about marriage only a few months ago, but he did not need to fall into the mud even deeper. She claimed that the goddess was looking down on her. He asked angrily if she had married a beast thanks to the goddess's protection. He was furious because she chose a bastard beast in human form and rejected him. Tatiana shouted angrily that he was no match for her husband. Alexei was annoyed by such words and shouted at her to shut her mouth. Tatiana shouted that maybe his sir had the whole world at birth, but her husband was born with nothing and achieved everything himself, and he is a brilliant man and a great hero. She shouted to her companion that if it were not for her husband, he would not be such a proud aristocrat. At that very moment, the young man could not stand her words and, out of rage, hit her in the face. Alexei had no intention of letting her go so easily, and at that very moment, he waved his hand again, but he was stopped. The young people asked their master to calm down because they knew that he would have big problems because of something like this. Alexei screamed furiously and asked the young lady if she couldn't let her husband go. The young men shouted to their master that if the Viscountess found out about this, she would deal with him on the spot. He did not listen to them and continued to shout at his companion that she was a fox and had just been playing with him all this time. He shouted that she had played without knowing the rules of the game and had betrayed him. He shouted that if she did move into the Duke's house, she should have been prepared for the fact that no one would appreciate her. He shouted and asked what she would do if people hated her. He asked if she was afraid that her proud mother would look for her, but at that very moment he said with a haughty grin that her husband would not look for her. The young lady stood quietly for a while and stared at him. At that moment, he said with an arrogant grin that no matter who she was, no one would take a step for her. Alexei looked at his subordinates with fury and shouted at them to let him go. He asked if they were laughing at him now, but the young people assured him that this was not the case, because he simply did not think about the consequences. He looked at them with fury and said that they should think about the consequences. They should think about him. The young lady was shocked because she realized that he was simply crazy. Don't waste a minute. She turned around and hurried to the exit. The young lady had no idea where she was at all, and without wasting a minute, she ran out onto the terrace. But at that very moment, she froze in a daze, as she saw exactly where she was. Alexei came up to her from behind and asked with an arrogant grin if she had really run away. She turned around and asked with horror where they were now. He smiled and said that they were now in Valona, where they would spend their honeymoon. He said with a satisfied smile that how could she have seen anyone or anything around, so no matter what she did, no one would know. He looked at her with a smirk and declared that this was exactly the kind of living doll he needed, calling her by her nickname. But the young lady looked at him with fury and said that he should not call her, since she never allowed people like him to call her affectionately. He looked at her with fury because he understood that in her family, they did not take into account the obedience to their husbands. Tatiana screamed angrily at him to get out of her way immediately. Alexei asked with a haughty grin where she would go. He laughed and said that she was now in his duchy, and even her mother could not enter his land without permission from him or from the imperial family. He mockingly stated that her mother would appeal to the empress, but she would not help her, because his aunt was the most cunning person, of course, after her mother. Tatiana looked intently at her companion and asked him to let her go. He asked with surprise if she hadn't heard what he had told her. He came closer to her and asked if she really thought she could escape from him. Alexei asked how many times he needed to repeat it for her to understand that this was now her new home. He asked mockingly if she still didn't understand her mother, because her mother could seem like a formidable and fierce person who was in a rage. He stated that, in fact, the madam was happy that her daughter had left the house forever. At that very moment, Tatiana pushed him away and shouted at him to take his dirty hands off her. She was furious and screamed that the world was not what he thought. She screamed that the way he lived and the people around him didn't mean everyone was rotten inside. He looked at her with fury and shouted that he called her beautiful, but she decided to speak to him in this way at the same moment he raised his hand, preparing for a new blow. But at that very moment, Tatiana was pierced by a burning pain, and she fell to the ground with a crash. She was trembling with fear and pain, as she was very worried about her child. He looked at her with a smirk and was surprised, but still stated that she didn't need to pretend that it hurt so much. At that very moment, he laughed and noticed that she knew how to pretend well. She saw blood on her hands and screamed at him to call the hospital immediately. Alexei looked at the young lady with contempt, as he did not understand how a person could carry a child from that animal. He shouted at her to stop talking such nonsense. The young lady, in turn, could no longer bear such pain, and, staggering, she asked for his help for the sake of the child. He smiled and said that she simply could not have children, but at the same moment he asked with a smile whether he would be right if he said that this could not be. She looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. At the same moment, he stated that she seemed not to know that their marriage contract had a confidential addendum attached. She looked at him in surprise, since she did not understand at all what he was talking about and why he was saying all this. He smiled and said that his aunt was very kind and had carefully hidden some papers. For this reason, he trusted her. Tatiana looked at him in surprise and asked what that meant in this situation. He said that she should listen to what exactly her mother and his aunt had promised. He read her a few lines from the contract, namely that they must sleep once a month on a day that the Cartier family would determine. However, until Tatiana had fully recovered, responsibility for the possible appearance of an heir was not assigned to her. He also read that the above points should be kept secret from Tatiana herself, since the Atlas family and the Imperial family will fully cooperate in the search for cures that will distance Tatiana. And if the treatment does not help and Tatiana dies, her body will be handed over to the Cartier family. Alexei looked at her intently and declared that from the very beginning it was very strange because, in addition to loving her, he also had to package her beautifully and buy her. He sighed heavily, as he knew that all of this was for Togo to prevent pregnancy. So from time to time, they signed contracts. He looked at the young lady with a haughty smile and declared that she would not live long. He asked if she knew about it. Tatiana was confused and didn't know if she could believe his words. Alexei said that he assumed that these were just tricks to raise her price. He assumed that he was simply being deceived and could not imagine that something like this would actually happen. However, thinking about this issue, it seemed to him that her mother was very kind. She was furious and didn't understand what he was even talking about. Alexei said that they didn't have much time left anyway, so they could live happily from now on. Tatiana couldn't stand it and shouted at him not to come near her. She stared at the young man for a moment without saying a word. Alexei looked at her with fury, since she did not want to obey him at all. But at that very moment, she could not bear it and screamed, as again a burning pain pierced her body. He shouted that she shouldn't act like there was actually a child in her body. He didn't want her to deceive him. Tatiana understood that this was not reality, but most likely a dream. But she still wondered if a dream could cause such pain. At that very moment, she quietly called her husband, but all her thoughts vanished as Alexei angrily grabbed her by the hair and shouted that it was time for him to knock the habit of arrogance out of her. Tatiana couldn't stand this, and so she screamed in pain. But at that very moment, all her pain stopped, and she looked at everything that had happened with bewilderment. She froze in shock as her husband embraced her, and in doing so, he pushed the Duke away, but he also cut off his hand. At that very moment, he looked at the Duke with a gray expression, as he was finally able to keep the promise he had given him. The Duke was in shock. He could not stand this, as the pain pierced him through and through. Tatiana looked at her husband in surprise and confusion, and at that very moment, she called him. She was taken aback as she realized that he had come to save her. At that very moment, she fell unconscious. But after some time, she began to come to her senses as she heard her husband's voice. She understood that she had just had a terrible nightmare, but when she opened her eyes, she realized that it was not a nightmare at all, as she saw her husband. She sighed heavily as his face blurred before her eyes, but at that very moment, she clearly realized that she was in reality. Without wasting a minute, she told her husband that she was pregnant. He was taken aback and looked at her with pity. She sighed heavily and announced that she was pregnant with their child. She reached out to her husband, but he asked her not to talk. At that very moment, she informed her husband that she would not be able to live long. But the young lady did not believe what she herself was saying. Kynel looked at his wife, cried out and called her. She said that even if he wanted, she would not be able to give birth. He said that he knew about it. She looked at her husband closely and said that for this reason, he should love their child. She touched his beautiful face tenderly, and to her regret, she saw him worse and worse, although she understood that everything was fine. Tatiana knew that the most beautiful flowers are the brightest, so she tenderly asked him to protect their child. She knew perfectly well that no matter how clumsy he would be a good husband and a good future father. Tatiana was confident in her words. At that very moment, she let go of her husband, and he froze in a daze. He saw her close her eyes and could not believe what had happened. Kynel did not spare his emotions. He screamed and called for his wife, but it was all in vain. At that very moment, Madame and the others ran up and saw a terrible picture. Kynel lifted his wife into his arms. At the same time, the madam looked at her daughter, trembling with fear. She simply could not believe such a thing. Kynel continued to carry his beloved wife in his arms. He looked closely at his relatives and asked them to take care of Tatiana. At that very moment, he handed over his wife to his son-in-law. The man turned around and told his mother that they needed to hurry, as the priests and doctors were already waiting for them. The madam turned and looked intently at the captain. She froze for a moment as she saw him draw his sword from its sheath. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he intended to do. Kynel only looked menacingly at the Duke and declared that he still had unresolved matters. Meanwhile, the young Duke screamed in pain and called for the Viscountess. He shouted at her to call the doctor quickly, but Madame only looked at him with fury. At that very moment, she furiously stepped on his severed hand with her foot, and he froze in a daze. He asked angrily what she was doing. The madam turned around and, looking at her son-in-law, asked if he had said earlier that he had unfinished business. She looked at him with the same fury and anger and declared that she was leaving the Duke to him. The Duke shouted that she should not go anywhere, but at the same time, he shouted that he would immediately report everything that had happened to the Empress. Madame looked hard at her son-in-law and said that he should not let the Duke's words fool him. She sighed heavily and stated that in that case, it would be easier for him to kill him. The Duke was shocked by Madame's words, but at the same moment, he, dumbfounded with fear, looked at Kynel with bewilderment as he intended to deal with him. Madame left without even turning around, and as she did so, she heard terrible screams. Meanwhile, Tatiana lay quietly in her bed, but was tormented by a terrible fever. Her relatives walked anxiously from one corner to another, as they could not find a place for themselves in this situation. A moment later, a priest came out to them, and they hurriedly asked what had happened to their Tatiana. He sighed heavily and stated that she would wake up soon. The lady was puzzled because she knew that the hospital had said that she had no injuries, so she wanted to know what was wrong with her daughter. The priest sighed heavily and announced that the young lady was pregnant. The lady froze in shock, as she had not expected anything like this at all. He informed them that she had no more than a few months to live, but unfortunately, she had lost a lot of blood, and if nothing was done, her condition would worsen. The lady screamed furiously that her daughter had been prescribed birth control pills, but she could not understand how her daughter had become pregnant, since she knew that her daughter had been taking them consistently. But at that very moment, she froze, thinking about this situation. She had previously changed all the servants until only Anne was left with her daughter, and she forced her to take her medication again. She was in shock and wondered if she could have gotten pregnant in such a short time. Deneg said that Tatiana would not last long even if she woke up. Everyone present was shocked, and they simply could not believe what they heard. The twins looked at each other because they did not understand at all what was going on. They wondered what was wrong with their sister. They asked their mother what the priest was talking about. The lady looked menacingly at the priest and asked why he was saying such things again. The man said he could save the baby in his womb on his own. However, sighing heavily, he declared that after all the manipulations, the life of the young lady would become even shorter. He looked at everyone present and declared that the next few hours would be tense, because at this moment, they could save the child. He looked closely at everyone present and asked them to think carefully. The madam asked the priest what her daughter knew. He sighed heavily and stated that perhaps she already knew everything. She knew they shouldn't worry, as it was natural. She looked at him with a sated expression and declared that her daughter was the most important thing in the world to her. She knew that no one could replace her daughter, and yet she intended to protect her until her last breath. After some time, Tatiana woke up and looked around in bewilderment. But at that very moment, she saw her maid, who was quietly crying in the corner. She looked at the maid in surprise and called her. Anne rushed to her mistress at that very moment, with tears in her eyes. Tatiana sighed heavily and said that it seemed that the maid also knew that she would not live long. At that very moment, Anne burst into bitter tears. Tatiana realized that the maid was secretly giving her birth control pills to prolong her life. She sighed heavily and asked the maid why she was still next to her. She was surprised, looked around, and asked why all her things were in the room. At that very moment, the young lady asked what was wrong with her child, but she didn't hear an answer. She asked if her child was with her. She looked closely at the maid and stated that she had said earlier that she had brought everything that belonged to her. She panicked and asked if it was true that she had a child. She asked the maid to answer the question, but her maid only asked her for forgiveness. Meanwhile, Regina was screaming furiously because she couldn't believe what was happening. She didn't understand how their sister could hide secrets from them. They looked at their sister, and at the same time, Regina screamed that they were all family. A moment later, the young ladies also turned around as they heard some noise. They saw their mother giving out instructions. At that very moment, Regina screamed and called for her mother. She told her mother that she didn't think an ordinary lawyer could handle the situation. The madam looked menacingly at her daughter as she understood that the situation was not easy. Regina asked her mother angrily if she knew what it was like for her youngest daughter to wait so impatiently. She shouted that Tatiana would continue to wait for her husband and would continue to look for him. Madame looked coldly at her daughter and asked what was wrong with Togo. Regina screamed furiously that they had to get him back immediately. At that very moment, Madame gave instructions to her subordinate because she wanted to discuss everything with her in peace and quiet, while Regina did not calm down and shouted to her mother that they all should listen to her when she spoke about Tatiana. Regina, in her rage, asked her mother if she felt sorry for her own daughter. She wanted her mother to at least fulfill her wish before she died. Madame only looked at her daughter with fury, but did not answer. At that very moment, she was overcome with rage and anger, and unable to bear it, she hit her daughter in the face. Regina froze in shock after the impact. The other ladies stood frozen in stupor, as they had not expected such a thing. The madam looked at her daughter with fury and said that she was impudent. Regina, in turn, withstood her mother's menacing gaze and noticed that she had not changed at all. Madame looked at all her daughters with fury. Regina screamed that something similar had happened to their sister, and that their mother should have told them everything. The madam looked at all her daughters in confusion and asked why she had to do this, because otherwise they would have simply all hugged and died together. Madame asked if she really needed to tell her daughter to follow her behind her back and force herself to smile at his face. She told Regina to finally wake up, because if there is a daughter burdened with death, the other daughters should stand proud. Regina froze in shock, unable to say anything to her mother. Madame knew that for those who have nothing, sadness is just a luxury, because when a person broken by pain cries, all he gets in response is pity and pointing fingers at him. Her daughters looked at her puzzled, but she declared that they must all return to their own home, as she did not want to endure tears in her house. She told her daughters that if anyone shed even one tear when their sister woke up, she would never forgive them. She said that they should speak and act as if nothing had happened. At that very moment, she left the company of her daughters. The young lady looked at her mother with a sharp and menacing look and asked her what she was planning. She shouted at her mother that she was trying to make Tatiana look like a fool and that she should not know anything, even about her own condition. Madame looked hard at her daughters and said that she thought it would be better for her to be heartless. Regina was shocked by her mother's answer. Madame sighed heavily and said that she had hoped so. She looked at them intently and stated that she simply hoped that her precious youngest daughter would have the same pleasures and joys as the others. She wanted her daughter to enjoy the other pleasures of life for decades to come. She wanted her reign to breathe deeply and not want for anything. As she left, she shouted that even if she was gone, she would not regret anything. At that very moment, the girl asked the lady's mind for forgiveness, as she did not want to eavesdrop. The Viscountess made no reply, but a moment later, she declared that Ta should take the money and forget forever what she had heard. She was in shock, because she wanted to help Madame. Madame looked at her with a gentle smile and said that she had not meant to ridicule or insult her at all. It was just that this was all she could do at the moment. The young lady sighed heavily and agreed with her. Madame did not regret at all that she was able to raise her child like others. She was only grateful that she could protect her with money. The girl declared that she would prepare the task that Madame had previously assigned to her, but Madame merely declared that she no longer cared, since she intended to do what she did best until the very end. She sighed heavily, knowing that this would be enough. At the same time, the Empress screamed with rage, because the young man had done something irreparable. She did not understand how he dared to cripple the head of the family, and also the Empress's nephew. She did not spare her strength and furiously lashed him with a whip in all places. The Empress screamed furiously that she would not kill him, but would make him beg for death. The knights were taken aback and asked the Empress to calm down, as they knew that the young man had a noble right to immunity. She shouted with a fierce grin that animals have no rights. They looked at her, trembling with fear, and said that if the Crown Prince found out about what had happened, everything would get worse. The Empress could not bear it any longer, and in a rage ordered them to close their mouths. But at the same time, she did not spare her strength and furiously struck one of the knights. But a moment later, the Empress was taken aback, as she did not expect to see anything like this. She looked intently at the Viscountess, who came to her in such a place. At that very moment, she said with a fierce grin that she simply could not believe her eyes, that the Viscountess herself had come to such a place. Madame looked at the Empress and asked if she had really felt better. Madame stated that she could see the Empress anywhere and anytime. The Empress was shocked by such words and asked what Madame was talking about. The Viscountess stated that the Empress had said this last year when she gave her the crown. The Empress was shocked and did not understand what Madame was getting at. She asked the Viscountess if the crown could be the subject of questions. The Empress screamed in rage that the young man had cut off the Duke's limbs. She screamed in anger that it was he who had attacked the duchy and all of them. Madame sighed heavily and stated that it was all because her daughter had been kidnapped. The Empress was taken aback and looked at Madame in surprise, as she did not understand what she was talking about. At that very moment, the Empress angrily asked the Viscountess if she really thought that the Duke would give a damn about some Viscount's daughter. The Empress was furious, as she did not understand who Madame thought she was. She screamed that her nephew had taken her daughter for just a few hours. She didn't understand why it had to come to this. And at the same time, she screamed that if her daughter had died, nothing terrible would have happened, because it was a matter of values. She screamed furiously at the Viscountess that the value of the life of a high nobleman and her daughter, who was held in the arms of a beast, was not equal. At that very moment, she smirked and asked where the evidence was that her nephew had kidnapped her daughter. She said that her daughter was a flirt and could have come to him herself. The Viscountess looked at the Empress with fury, but at the same time, the Empress said that Tatiana begged Alexei to accept her, since she wanted to escape from the beast. She said mockingly that this sounded more convincing, and therefore people would believe her. The madam said furiously that her daughter simply could not do something like that. She looked intently at the Empress and declared that her daughter was pregnant. The Empress froze in place in a daze, as she did not expect to hear anything like this. The madam sighed heavily and announced that her daughter had had a miscarriage. The Empress was shocked, but at that very moment, Madame said that her daughter had lost too much blood. At that very moment, the Empress thought about everything that had happened. Madame stated that they could say that they received a victim for each family. The Empress was furious and shouted that it was unfair since her nephew had lost a limb and even his tongue. She looked at Madame intently and shouted furiously that this was nothing compared to the loss of a child who had not even been born. The Viscountess asked with a smirk if the Empress should already face the truth. The Empress was furious, as she did not understand how Madame dared to speak to her like that. Madame stated that she knew more about the realities than the Empress, since the Empress had been in the underground prison for several days and was venting her anger. But at the same time, she said that the Empress did not know the situation from the outside. The Empress looked at her in bewilderment, as she did not understand what she was talking about. The Madam stated that everyone was in favor of pardoning her son-in-law, since no married man would have gotten away with such a thing. The Empress sighed heavily and declared that no one would listen to even 100 common people, and yet he had treated her nephew so brutally. The lady said that no one would listen to 100, but thousands were a different matter. She said with a grin that for the first time she realized how many people there were around who demanded that his life be saved. The madam said that, despite the law, her revenge was justified. The Empress said that she would decide everything, and asked whether the nobles would remain silent after the Duke had to endure such a terrible punishment from a common man. Madame looked at the Empress with a grin. She stated that in the future, this would become a problem for the Empress's precious son. Even though the Crown Prince had returned to the capital after completing the inspection, she didn't think he would be in a good position if she continued to ignore the order and make judgments on her own. She stated that, in addition to this, the Duke, who was the prince's support, was at the center of events. The Empress looked at Madame with fury, as she did not understand how she dared to mention her son. At that very moment, Madame declared that she would pay for everything. The Empress sighed, as she saw that Madame, as always, was trying to solve the problem with money. But at that very moment, Madame declared that it was about the port. She also mentioned the island's tea plantations, several iron mines, and a hotel in the center of the capital, as well as other equally profitable islands. The Viscountess stated that she was ready to give up more than half of her property. She stated that this would be enough for the Crown Prince to strengthen his position as heir to the throne, even without the Duke. She knew that what the Empress really wanted was power and money to put her child on the throne. She had no doubt that Alexei would be the foundation for achieving this goal. But now that he was useless, she was furious. And thus, she took her anger out on others. She looked intently at the Empress and stated that if she was satisfied with the conditions, she could hand the young man over to her. The Empress said it was very strange. Since Madame had always hated the beast, Madame said that it was so. The Empress asked why she had saved his life then. Madame said that if he died, her daughter would become the widow of an animal, and she would never be able to get rid of this stigma. So first, they had to divorce. The Viscountess sighed heavily and stated that in case the Empress had forgotten, only living people could get divorced. The Empress inhaled and stated that she knew this. The madam stated that once the process was completed, she would return it back. She also added that she would return it in its original condition. At that very moment, the Viscountess, throwing aside her pride, fell on her knees before the Empress. The Empress froze in shock, as she had never expected to see anything like this in her long life. Madame sighed heavily and said that the Empress could cut off her hair, and if that was not enough, the Empress said that there was no need for this because there was a limit to everything. The Empress said that later her nephew could testify that the young man had been too harsh. The Viscountess stated that, unfortunately, He would not be able to do this without language. The Empress froze in place, not knowing what was going on. At that very moment, Madame bowed and began to beg the Empress. She wanted the Empress to keep her promise, yes. Meanwhile, the knights were furious. Owen did not understand at all how it was possible to do this to their commander. He shouted that their commander was a hero who risked his life to defend the empire. He couldn't stop because he understood that his commander shouldn't have received anything like this because he had been through a lot. At the same time, the young man shouted that they would either destroy the empire or let everything go unpunished. The young man asked his comrade to calm down, since the commander was receiving treatment. Owen sighed heavily and said it was funny. On the one hand, they'd gotten him into this state first, and now they were treating him. At that moment, the young man was taken aback. He did not know how far the Viscountess could go. Kynel asked if there would be scars on his body, but at that moment his knight froze, as he had not expected anything like that from his commander. The young man said that he did not want them to be visible on open areas of the body. His knights shouted that it did not matter at all. The young man said with a smile that he had invested enough divine powers that if the commander had a good rest, the frame would no longer be damaged. But the internal damage required more thorough treatment. Kynel said that he understood everything, but his knight did not calm down. Meanwhile, his knight shouted that he had been through a lot, and anyone who had ever participated in the battle had interceded on his behalf, so there would be no problems. The young man asked his commander in surprise where he was heading, because the priest said that he needed treatment. But he only turned around and declared that he had to go get his wife. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, as he was already afraid that his commander was going somewhere else. Kynel smiled and told his friend that he was glad he had him, and he hoped that things would be like this in the future. His subordinate looked at him in surprise, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. But at that very moment, Kynel turned around because he heard the voice of the Crown Prince. The young men bowed and greeted the Crown Prince, but the prince declared that now was not the time for etiquette. The prince looked at him intently and declared that he had to hear from him what all the fuss was about. Kynel looked at the prince in surprise and asked if he would believe his words. The prince was surprised by such a question and asked what was the point of him asking for such a thing. He shouted that he would believe any word. The young man in turn said with a smile that he understood everything, but at the same time, he felt relief and joy. The prince shouted that from what he had heard, the duke had done something outrageous. He did not understand why the young man had put his life on the line at all. He shouted that it was not worth it at all. At the same time, he could not believe that the duke had kidnapped his wife. The prince shouted that he had no idea what trick the empress had pulled off, but he would not sit idly by, because he was extremely surprised that she had disregarded the laws and insulted the war heroes for personal reasons. He shouted that he would immediately reprimand her and bring her to justice. Kynel declared that this was not worth doing at all, but the prince shouted that he wanted to change the measures right now. But then, he too would come under a barrage of criticism. The prince said he would hold not only the duke, but also the empress strictly accountable for her antics in prison. He said that there would be no problem if the young man received a title of nobility for his services. He was puzzled because he understood that he still should have forced him despite his refusal. The crown prince looked at him intently and said that he would become a duke, and it was no longer a request but an order from the crown prince. The prince sighed heavily and told Kynel that he should have told him everything right away. He didn't understand how the young man could allow himself to hear such terrible news from someone else. He understood that public and private matters were separated, but still, if something like this happened, he should ask for help. The crown prince looked at the young man closely and asked if it was really that difficult. He remembered his wife, to whom I told with a smile that I wanted him to tell her the whole truth, because they were a couple, and then she said that they were one family. Kynel looked at the crown prince and stated that he had given him the right to leniency as a noble, and he also said that he would grant him one more request. He wanted to tell everything about his wife, although even his own father did not know about his existence. At that very moment, the young man knelt down and asked the noble crown prince, who defended the empire and followed the will of the goddess. The prince froze in surprise, as he had not expected such a thing. For some time, the young man sat quietly on his knees, collecting his thoughts, but at that very moment he asked the prince for permission to enter the sacred place. After some time, Kainal visited the temple where the goddess prayed. He said that his wife saved his life, but at the same time he did not care whether he survived or not. But she returned his desire to live. He understood that he would have to take responsibility upon himself, because people called him a war hero and a messenger, but he was the same person as they were. He prayed to the goddess to give him strength to endure all the hardships that fell on his shoulders. He remembered how Madame had screamed that his wife would not live long, and that this was exactly her fate. He was furious, because he never believed in fate. He understood that if there was such a thing as destiny, then his wife would never have become his wife. The lady slowly approached the young man and asked if he was leaving. Without looking at the lady, he said that he was. She asked if he wanted to see her daughter, but looking at the young man, she stated that the fact that she had gotten him out of prison did not mean that she had accepted him as her daughter's husband and would continue to do so in the future. But, unfortunately, she understood that she simply had no choice, because it was he who had the greatest chance of survival. Having entered the sacred place, Madame declared that he was the only one who could save her daughter. Kainal remembered how he had previously made an oath to Madame that he would save her daughter by any means necessary. Madame looked intently at her son-in-law, for she understood that for the sake of her daughter, he would enter even the gates of hell. She sighed heavily, as she had previously thought that she had a good understanding of men. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand the meaning of her words. Kainal stated that he unfortunately didn't know anything other than that the fruit was the goddess's favor, as even the archbishop said he had never seen it, so they didn't know if it actually existed. But the young man firmly stated that he would definitely find it. Madame looked at him intently, as she saw that in front of her was one of the strongest people. She knew that he was the person with the greatest chance of returning to them alive. She sighed and stated that he could receive heavenly punishment for setting foot on the goddess's land, but he stated that he did not care at all. Kainal understood perfectly well that having his wife in his life was already the worst punishment. He took a deep breath and said that it was time for him to leave, but at the same time, he asked Madame to take care of his wife. Madame asked if he would like to see her. He froze in shock, as he had not expected such a question. He pulled back and asked if he could do it. She sighed and stated that she would be at the temple for a few more hours, so he could do whatever he wanted. But she also noted that this did not mean that she could easily be under the same roof with him. Madame also said that he should understand that the maximum the young lady could endure was 100 days, since the herbs were no longer helping her. At that very moment, he shouted that he had magic crystals, with the help of which she could buy time. Kainal remembered how he had previously given the doctor a whole box of crystals. The lady looked at the young man with fury and asked if he really thought she had never tried anything like that. She said she tried everything, even breaking the law. The madam knew that she had succeeded in prolonging the life of the child, who was born in the 7th month. But she froze in shock when her daughter came running with tears in her eyes and declared that Tatiana was not crying. She was shocked and confused because she did everything possible for the sake of her daughter. Even if she filled it with divine power, it was unknown how long the effect would last, and she knew that she couldn't do something like that her whole life. But Madame knew that she would save her daughter, even if she had to risk her life. Therefore, looking at her bishop, she wanted him to answer her what she should do. From then on, she did everything in her power. She grew her strength to such an extent that she no longer had to kneel before others and beg for her life and the lives of her daughters. Although she was criticized for using her children for business, she still married her daughters to the best grooms. And despite all the rumors that she saw nothing but money, she stubbornly saved it and regularly donated huge sums of money to the main temple for prayers and the divine power of Tatiana. Even though she forced her married daughter to take contraceptives, she did not repent, because if she could only save her daughter, she would even feed her poison. She knew that she had managed to live until now, thanks to the herbs that were located near the sacred place. But at the same time, she understood that she was already done with them, because they are ineffective during pregnancy. He was taken aback because he knew that the child was already dead. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was insensitive or stupid. The Viscountess asked him if he really thought the Empress would have agreed to give him up if their losses had not been so great. He asked in surprise what she was talking about. The madam declared that his child was still alive. The young man could not bear such words and staggered. He was shocked and simply could not believe that his child was still alive. He understood that in such a case his wife was in danger. But Madame said that he did not even need to think about stupid things. She stated that he had to save her child, and later she will save his child, and everyone will be happy. The madam declared that she had managed to survive with Tatiana and 4 children in her arms. She asked if he, the messenger, could not do the same. At the same moment, she repeated once again how many days her daughter had left. Kainel looked at her intently and stated that he understood everything. He informed the madam that the fruit of the goddess would definitely be found and that he would return with it. At that very moment, he saw the flex's heart in his hands. He looked at Madame in bewilderment, as he did not understand why she had this thing and why she had given it to him. She said that when he walked around the arch, he might freeze. The only thing that could save him from frostbite was his heart. Madame asked if he no longer needed anything like that, while shouting that she would have gone herself if it weren't for him. She screamed that she could go through any arch, even to the ends of the earth, if only to save her daughter. Now that he understood the real reason why she had been looking for a heart for so long, Madame asked him if he really thought there was anything in the world that she couldn't buy with money. She said that it was all naivety, because her daughter was the whole world to her. Meanwhile, the young lady slept quietly in her bed. Her sisters, meanwhile, were very worried. They didn't know what they would do if their sister didn't wake up. Anesia, looking at everyone present, declared that Tatiana would wake up, since the priest was sure of it. She knew that everything was fine with their sister, as was the child, so now she just needed to get some sleep. The twins looked at each other in fear. At that moment, Regina couldn't stand it any longer and asked her sisters what the benefit of a child was in such a situation. But the young ladies only looked at her menacingly because they knew that she was wrong and she could not say such a thing. She looked sadly at everyone present and declared that she did not understand either her mother or her sister. Anesia sighed heavily, stating that their mother had tried her best, and after what had been done to Duke Atlas, the Empress's anger was understandable. But they had managed to smooth things over by saying that there were casualties on their side too. Unfortunately, they were forced to hide the truth to protect Tatiana and her unborn child. The young lady was furious. She didn't understand why they had to do something like that. Regina also screamed that her sister was no longer taking her medicine. She was furious because she knew that in such a state, her sister would not live long. She screamed that her sister could have lived longer if it weren't for the child, but she didn't understand why she should waste precious time on futile hopes. Anesia sighed heavily and declared that it was a waste of time to helplessly count the days until death. Regina was furious for a minute, as she agreed with her sister. Anesia asked her sister if she knew the mother and for some reason left the child with her daughter. She asked her sister if she had left him because he would be born beautiful or because new life was so precious. She looked at her sister closely and declared that it was not so. Anesia said that the child was the only hope for their sea stream, and it was because of him that their sister was striving for life, gritting her teeth. The young lady was taken aback and asked in surprise whether the rumors about the wedding with Duke Atlas had really been spread in the beginning in order for Togo to obtain permission to enter the arch. Anesia stated that everything was correct, since it was the imperial family that had complete power over the Holy Land, and their mother's choice fell on the Empress, since His Majesty was ill. She stated that one day, when the young prince becomes heir to the throne, the gates of the arch will open and everyone will find out why their sister is alive. At that very moment, she looked intently at her sisters and asked them not to cry in front of their mother, because they would definitely save Tatiana. The young lady was puzzled, as she knew that the Empress was simply disgusting. Viviana, with tears in her eyes, said that they had been begging the Empress for help for a long time and had even knelt down asking for permission to enter the duchy. She wanted to know how the Empress had lived after that callous refusal. She knew that the Empress was living a comfortable life, profiting from their mother's money. Viviana sighed heavily, as she had nothing to answer them, but after a moment, she asked the sisters to think about Tatiana. At that very moment, Regina asked her sister if this was the reason she had married her husband. She wanted to know if it was because his trading organization made sailing trips to the nearest city to the Arch. She wanted to know if her sister had sacrificed herself just to find herbs for her sister. Anisha sighed heavily and stated that he had offered her first. She said that he was talking about sending ships to the alienated northern regions, where instead of profit, there were only expenses. The young lady was furious and could not understand how her sister could afford such a thing. She asked her sister what about her real life. She understood that the herbs were still important, but her life was also important. Anisha looked closely at her sister and asked her to calm down. Regina was furious and didn't understand why her sister had to sacrifice herself. She asked her sister why she was so eager to be an obedient daughter. She shouted about her sister, saying that if she had gone to church, she would have married another young man she loved. At that very moment, Anisha declared that she had gone to the temple, and at that, the young lady froze in place in surprise. Anisha told her sister that she had been in the temple before her. The young lady froze, as she did not understand what sister was saying at all. She stated that the young man did not come to the temple. Regina was shocked and said that this simply couldn't be. But her sister knew the opposite picture. She looked at her sister intently and asked if she knew what was even funnier about the situation. She reported that her current son-in-law had come to the temple. Anisha said that he came so that she would not die alone, without a beloved son, who could run away because of love. Then he said that, if she wanted, he would immediately catch that man. He stated that he asked the Viscountess to break off the engagement and said that it was his mistake, while he intended to protect her honor. But the young man also said that if she gave him a chance, she wouldn't be so lonely. He said that no matter where he was or what the situation in the world was, he would do everything possible to keep her safe. Anisha sighed heavily and said that whether they were married or not, he had promised to send a trading ship for her sister. She smiled and stated that she also had feelings, and so asked how she could not like such a man. Regina was shocked and didn't understand why her sister had been silent all this time. She screamed at her sister, which greatly convinced her because she had endured everything. Anisha told her sister that she was her vain hope, because she had no idea how inspiring it was that she, who so hated marriages of convenience, always supported her. She remembered Regina screaming because she didn't want her sister to marry for money. Now the lady was glad that she had a person she could rely on. She looked closely at her sister and with a gentle smile declared that the world was vast and there were enough things in it that she did not understand. She knew that there was a mother in the world who had lived for many years with only one vain hope. She knew there was a man in the world who had extended his hand to a woman who was trying to run away with another. Also, in this cruel world, there was a younger sister who risked her life for the sake of her elder one. But there was also a man who went to certain death to save his wife. She understood perfectly well that all this had one meaning, and they all did this for love. After some time, the young man finally visited his wife, who was sleeping quietly in her room. He came closer to her and declared that he had come to her while he remembered her sweet smile. Kanel felt awkward at first, as he knew she was too dazzling and not suitable for someone like him. At that very moment, he threw all his thoughts aside and asked her to wake up, kneeling down. He shouted that she could despise him and pour out her feelings, but he wanted her to look only at him. Kanel sadly told his wife that he missed her eyes very much. He wanted her to truly love him, and at the same time, he wanted to hear her gentle voice. He remembered how she had asked him to love her, and so at that very moment, he gave her a promise that he would love her until the end of his days. He remembered how she had tenderly asked him to protect their child. He wanted to fulfill her wish, but at the same time, he knew that she had previously said that he was a simple man, while he knew that she, the smart one, could make him ordinary. He wanted to do everything she taught him, so, with bitter tears, he asked her to go home with him. After some time, the young lady finally came to her senses. But not even a few minutes had passed before she heard the voices of her family. Everyone pounced on her, as they were very worried about her long sleep. They wanted to know how she was feeling, but the young lady did not answer them. A moment later, she simply asked about Hans. Madame looked at her daughter closely and said that she would probably be offended, but she could not do anything about it. And at the same time, she said that she did not regret anything, because she would make the same choice if time turned back. Madame told her daughter that she might be intolerable to her, but she was not ashamed at all, because she had done all she could for her, and it was not enough. Madame said that her daughter probably hated her. But the young lady interrupted her mother and stated that this was not at all the case. Tatiana told her mother with a smile that she always gave her everything she had. Tatiana told her mother that she shielded her from even the slightest trouble. Tatiana said that not only rumors about their family, but also the cold wind passed her by. She looked at her mother intently and stated that she simply could not take her child away from her. Tatiana asked her mother if she understood correctly that her child was still with her. Madame sighed heavily and, looking away from her daughter, asked if she really thought that she would allow her daughter to experience such pain. Tatiana was glad to hear this, as she understood that her child was still with her. But at that very moment, Madame declared that her daughter had a long way to go before she could hold her child in her arms. She asked her daughter to conserve her strength until her husband returned, because in such a state, she could not live to give birth. Tatiana understood that if the child was safe, then everything was fine. But her mother had a different opinion. She shouted that her safety was above all else. She said that she only needed everything to be fine with Tatiana. Madame looked intently at Tatiana and told her to listen carefully. The madam told her daughter that she would soon fall into a deep sleep. She said that doctors and priests prepared medicines for her using magic crystals collected by her husband and herbs obtained by her sisters. She told her daughter that these medications would protect her and her child. Unfortunately, she understood that this was the only way to hold out until her husband returned. The lady asked her mother where her husband had gone, but Madame dryly replied that he had gone where he was needed. At that very moment, the young lady froze as she realized where he had gone. Madame sighed and said that no one knew how long it would take to get to the arch. Tatiana was scared, because she knew that this place was very scary. After all, the man knew no entrance or exit, and the land there was not favorable for man. A man's intelligence and endurance would not help if he got too close to the goddess's land. The madam declared that it would be very good if he returned alive. Taken aback, Tatiana asked her mother in confusion whether her husband would return to her. Madame assured her daughter that she did not need to think about anything else except herself and the child. Tatiana, with tears in her eyes, asked her mother if everything would be okay with her husband. Madame told her daughter that he would definitely return. She knew that even though he was her son-in-law, with whom she would never be able to get along, for her daughter, he was the best husband on earth. After some time, the young man arrived at the northernmost part of the continent. The young man looked at his son-in-law and declared that he could not go further with him, since he could not go there without permission. Kynel stated that he knew this very well. His son-in-law said that if he changed his mind, he could say so right away, so as not to go so far. He said that he would understand him perfectly. Kynel sighed heavily and stated that he himself wanted to come to such a place, because it was his decision. The man looked at the young man intently, as he was glad to hear something like that. Kynel looked at his son-in-law and asked him to convey these words to the Viscountess. But at the same time, he asked the captain if he wanted to convey anything to his wife. Kynel thought for a moment, as he didn't know what he needed to tell her. At that very moment, he turned around and declared that he would return himself and do everything, because he had a lot to tell her. A few minutes later, the young man walked deeper. At that very moment, he remembered the Viscountess's words about how this place seemed to suck a person in if you got too close to it. There, a person could feel inevitable death. But at that very moment, Madame gave him a bottle of the prince's blood and also informed him that she had given more than half of her fortune for him. In Argo, the place where the goddess sleeps can only be entered by her direct descendants. Among the signs of the imperial family, there is no more reliable one than a drop of blood. At that very moment, the young man looked intently into the distance, because he knew that he would not need the prince's blood. But at that very moment, he threw a small bottle on the ground, and a moment later he threw down a small medallion. The crown prince gave him this medallion and told the young man that it symbolized the legitimate heir to the empire. He understood perfectly well that this would be useful to him in a place where only people from the imperial family were allowed. Without a moment's hesitation, he cut the bloodied hand, and he understood that if he could save his wife with unrecognized blood, it would no longer be a curse. He understood that this would already be a blessing. Meanwhile, the young people were reading the newspapers, and they noticed that the rumors about their sister had died down, But now they were talking about another wedding. The lady, smiling, said that it was all thanks to her because she had drawn all the attention to herself. Meanwhile, the young twin sisters began to whisper quietly among themselves as they understood that it was necessary to observe social norms in everyday life. But they understood that their sister was very worried about Tatiana and simply could not sit still. But at the same time, they simply could not believe that their sister was accused of murder and escape, despite the fact that she was a noble lady. Regina could not stand this and said that now everyone was talking about the fact that she killed her younger sisters. Madame sighed heavily, and she was very puzzled because she knew that people were always like this. They only needed a new topic for gossip, and they immediately forgot about the previous one. At that very moment, she looked at her son-in-law and asked if there was any news about the young man. He sighed and stated that there was no news yet, since he had been previously informed that on the first day, a silver pillar was seen rising in the distance. Madame sighed heavily as she realized that all they could do was wait. He looked closely at his mother and declared that, fortunately for them, there was no bad news yet, because he knew that those people who had been in this forbidden part had died in just a few days. The madam looked at her son-in-law with bewilderment and said that he had gone mad. She knew very well that many people had gone in search of the Holy Land, and each of them had returned with a look that confirmed how much a person could be broken, be it body or mind. He also said that they had gathered all the prestigious doctors and influential priests in the empire, so she didn't need to worry. She sighed heavily, as she had hoped for improvement. But at that very moment, she asked her daughters how Tatiana was doing now. The young lady sighed heavily and stated that her sister was behaving as usual, eating well and laughing. She knew she was okay now. She looked at her mother intently and declared that her sister had good willpower. Madame knew this very well and understood that this was precisely the problem. Meanwhile, Tatiana did not sit still, but visited the temple in prayer for her husband. She remembered how he came to her and with tears in his eyes said that she could despise him, pour out, but he wanted her to just look at him. Unfortunately, she was unable to open her eyes or even move, but she heard everything. She learned that he had told her a lot then, despite his usual silence, and that she had missed him very much. She remembered how he had said tenderly that since she was smart, she could teach his ordinary person a lot. At that very moment, the priest came up to her and asked her not to overexert herself. Tatiana stated that when she stood in such a place, she felt that she was next to her husband. He looked at her closely and stated that it would be a hard road for them, but he wanted to impart the power of blessing to her. She asked if he could pass on her power to her husband. At that very moment, she declared that he himself knew perfectly well that she was very lucky, because she was born in a body that could not live even a day. But in the end, she lived to her age. And now she met that man and married him. She smiled because she understood that in such a difficult moment, she was even able to become a mother. She said that since she was so lucky, she could share it with her husband. The priest immediately said that he really hoped that it would be so. Tatiana wanted to be a little firefly on his path. At the same time, she hoped that not a single snowflake or gust of cold wind would touch him. She wanted even the blade flying at him to turn its rash path. But she understood that at the moment, prayer was all she could do for him. After some time, they did visit the palace, but the young man warned her that it was dangerous for her to remain in such a place in her situation. At the same time, he was puzzled, as he saw that the empress had completely turned the house of the war hero upside down. Tatiana asked her son-in-law if he remembered that he had given a promise that he would do everything she asked. He smiled and said that she would do anything for her if he had to sacrifice his fortune. But the young lady only said with a smile that he already had that thing. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand what she was talking about. After some time, the crown prince looked at the young lady in surprise, as he did not expect to see anything like this. She bowed with a smile and introduced herself. At the same time, her son-in-law stood quietly to the side, holding a small box and a bundle in her hands. At that very moment, the prince was taken aback as he felt a burning pain. The servants immediately ran to him, as they did not know what was wrong with him. But he only said that he was fine, and asked if there was any news from Kainel. Unfortunately, the prince did not hear good news. At the same time, he was puzzled, since he owed his life to the young man, but could not do anything for him. His assistant said that he shouldn't say anything like that because he had given him his necklace, and besides, they now had a copy made after the original was lost. His assistant said that if the Empress found out about this, who knows what she might find fault with? He sighed heavily, knowing that this was not at all surprising since it had always been like this. The necklace he received at the ceremony, his coming of age, was lost during the first campaign. The fact that he returned alive after being fatally wounded was a miracle, so no one asked him about this necklace. But he was criticized for his lack of responsibility as the heir to the throne. At that moment, he remembered Kynel, who said that he had to go to the sacred land because he wanted to save his wife. The prince understood that he would do the same if he had to save his family. At that very moment, the man approached the prince and called him. A few minutes later, the young lady Libra greeted the nobleman with a smile. The prince looked closely at the young lady and said that he had previously heard that she was currently living with her mother. He also said that he had heard from her husband that she had many injuries, but he hoped that she was okay. The young lady looked at the prince with a smile and said that she was fine. At that very moment she said that, as her husband had promised, he would protect their child together with her. The prince was surprised and asked if the young man had really gone to such a distant place, knowing that he would soon have a child. Now the prince realized that this was the reason he was in such a hurry. The prince said that he was very ashamed, and for this reason, she was probably worried. Tatiana said with a smile that she would definitely wait for her husband to return. She knew very well that her husband had gone through a lot of difficulties, but she knew that he would definitely return. Tatiana said that all she could do was hope and wait for him. At that very moment, the prince froze in place as a figure appeared before him, tenderly telling him that he did not need to worry because she would wait for him. He was taken aback as the previous pain returned to him. Tatiana asked if everything was okay with him, but he said that everything was okay with him. She didn't need to worry. But he also asked why she came to him. Tatiana sighed heavily and declared that first she would like to show him something. The prince was taken aback as he saw a necklace that was given only to the heir of the imperial family. He knew that this was not the necklace that he gave to Kynel. He saw that this was the same necklace that was given to him at the coming-of-age ceremony and lost on his first exit. The prince was taken aback and asked the young lady where she got it. Tatiana stated that the prince gave it to her husband's mother, the lady and family of the Marquis of Targ. The crown prince froze in shock, and at that very moment, a searing pain pierced him. Memories came flooding back to him. Namely, he remembered the moment he met the young lady about 30 years ago. He looked at her with a smile and asked if he could ask her to dance. The young lady sheepishly agreed. And at that very moment, they went out onto the dance floor. He told her that, unfortunately, he could not promise anything, and he understood that he had behaved shamelessly, but he would like to see her again. At the same time, he thought that they were getting closer, continuing their secret relationship, but he didn't know if it was just his delusion. But at some point, everything became blurry. Soon the prince went to the battlefield and received a serious injury. But he remembered the moment when the young man came to rescue him from the captivity of the barbarians in the ice cave. The crown prince was surprised when the young man came to his cave to save him. He immediately asked his name. Kynel, without wasting a minute, gave his name. But at the same moment he announced that his mother's name was Llewellyn. Targa. Now the crown prince realized that the young man was her son. He said that he had met a young ice lady a long time ago, but he didn't remember anything else. The young lady said that it wasn't that he couldn't remember, but that he couldn't remember. At that very moment, she asked her son-in-law to give something to the prince. The man handed the prince an elixir that was made from the skull of a white dragon. She reported that they said 1 drop could restore lost memories. She said with a smile that it would be pointless to ask him to trust her and drink this elixir, because she was from Cartier, whom he could not trust. He knew that in front of him was the daughter of the Viscountess, who had always supported the Empress. Tatiana asked him with a smile to believe her husband. He asked in surprise why she was saying that. Tatiana said that she had already mentioned that the young man would definitely return, since someone was waiting for him. She said that up until that moment, she had hoped that at least one person could see her husband for the person he really was and trust him. She sighed heavily and stated that she might not be able to do it. The priest told the young lady that by taking this medicine, she would fall into a deep sleep. But he also noted that this was the only way to maintain her current condition. She sighed and realized that she would wake up either when her husband returned or when she went into labor. She stated that she would be happy with any of these events. Tatiana looked at her mother with a smile and thanked her for giving birth to her even after her father's death. She thanked her for her care. She said she thought it was commonplace, but when she put it in its place, she realized how difficult it was. She looked at her mother with a smile and declared that everything always worked out for her because she was Larissa Cartier. She thanked her mother with a smile for everything she did for her. Tatiana also looked closely at her sisters because she knew how much they valued her, and she reciprocated their feelings. The young ladies looked at her with tears in their eyes and smiles. She said that she was very ashamed, but she wanted to ask them for one favor. She asked them with a smile to take care of her child as she herself. Tatiana said that if she suddenly doesn't wake up, then they should name her child the way she wanted. At that very moment, she remembered her husband's conversation with her about how he would take her to the sea in the summer. A moment later, the young lady took the medicine. Her family looked at her intently and assured her that they would see each other soon. Meanwhile, the prince, looking at the potion, remembered the young lady who asked him to trust her husband. After several minutes of long deliberation, he finally took the medicine. He remembered how he presented the necklace to his beloved with a smile. And he also said that the departure date had already been set, but he would return as soon as he could. The young lady looked at him with a gentle smile. He tenderly kissed her soft and sweet hand, and also said that he would make her the most beautiful woman in the empire. She smiled and asked, "How about a wonderful mother, not a woman?" The crown prince looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She tenderly informed him that he would soon become a father. At that very moment, the prince hugged his beloved tightly. Moments later, he thanked her for this with a satisfied smile. He said that they would have to keep it a secret for a while because it was unknown what troubles awaited them, and if the empress found out about this, he said that he would return soon, so she should just wait for him. She said with a smile that he didn't need to worry because she would be waiting for him. But she still said that he had to promise her one thing. The young lady smiled and told her lover that he would be the best father for their child, as she wanted him to make up for all those moments of their separation. At that very moment, he kissed her tenderly. The prince was taken aback and came to his senses, but at the same time, he was puzzled by all his memories. After some time, the prince was informed that the young lady had taken the medicine and had fallen asleep peacefully. He was told that she would not wake up until she went into labor or until her husband returned. A few minutes later, the prince looked closely at the knights and asked in what conditions their commander had grown up. The young man was taken aback, as he was surprised by such a question, but at the same moment, his companion looked menacingly at the prince and asked if he didn't know how illegitimate children were treated. His comrade was shocked by his words, but he said that they did not know at all whether the commander was alive or not, and therefore, his life did not matter to him. They shouted that several people had already died on the way to the city, so they wanted to go in search of the commander. They told the prince that he should not worry, as they would definitely find their commander. But at that very moment, the prince said that there was no need for this, since he himself would go in search. The young people froze in shock, as they had not expected anything like this at all. All the while, the Viscountess visited the temple and greeted the goddess. Some time ago, she asked the priest if she could go to the lands of the goddess, but he told her that the arch was a sacred place where their goddess slept. He also told her that heavenly punishment awaited her for disturbing her sleep. Madame was furious and shouted that she did not care about heavenly punishment at all. She shouted that she had donated to the temple and searched for medicinal herbs all over the world, so she should do her job. With tears in her eyes, she screamed and begged for her daughter to be saved, as they had no more time left. For some time, Madame read the letter that her son-in-law left her. He asked her to take care of his wife in his absence. He felt ashamed, but she was the only person who could protect her as much as he could, although he understood that she could do even more. He prayed to Madame not to leave his wife. At the same time, he said that he would return soon. He wanted his wife to remember him. He wanted Madame to tell his wife that he would never leave her, and he intended to take upon himself all the sins of his selfishness upon his return. He understood that he could die not in a harsh environment, but at the hands of Madame. But still, he prayed to her to fulfill his first and last request. He wrote that if he still didn't come back, and if suddenly their child was left alone, he wanted her not to tell his child about his existence. He wanted her to erase all traces of his family name, as if they had never existed. He wanted his child to be raised in her family. Kynell wanted his child to be surrounded by boundless love and to become as bright and beautiful as his mother. He humbly asked her about it, like an unworthy father. After reading the letter, Madame became furious. She shouted that this would never happen. She understood that it was wrong, because she was asking for the salvation of a man she hated. But she still did it in front of the goddess. Meanwhile, the young man, having set foot on the land, walked for several days. While he did not know whether this was all reality or hallucinations, he realized that perhaps several days or even decades had passed, or perhaps only a few hours. It was difficult for him to walk, and he could not see his tracks, but the strong wind and cold made him realize that he was still alive. Now he clearly saw what a holy place it really was. Kynell recalled his difficult childhood, when he was called an illegitimate child who dared to show up at the imperial palace. Then he said that he would like to meet the crown prince. He told the knights that the prince would recognize him if they conveyed his words to him. The knights shouted with fury that no one needed an illegitimate child. He sighed heavily, as he had come to the palace hoping that he would succeed, but his attempts had been in vain. Now he remembered that day and wondered where he was and what he was looking for. But at the same time, he knew that only true love was salvation. Unfortunately, he realized late what true love is. He understood that everything was very complicated, but he still wanted to figure it all out. He remembered the day he first saw the young lady I asked him if he had prayed. She was worried, looked at him and asked if he had someone who was sick. He sighed heavily and stated that it was so. Without wasting a moment, the young lady handed Winter a small necklace and stated that he needed to see a doctor if someone was sick. He said that he didn't need anything like that. But the young lady stated that her mother always did something similar, and she would give jewelry to sick people when someone came to their temple. At that very moment, Tatiana turned around because she heard her mother's voice. As she ran away, she told the young boy with a smile that the goddess always listened to prayers, and her mother said that the goddess was always near. Finally, she looked at him with a smile and said goodbye. At that very moment, the young man understood what love and being loved were. He remembered writing a letter to a young lady asking her to dance at the banquet before leaving for the battlefield, and he had hoped for it. And after talking with Madame, it was quickly destroyed. After some time, he met his son, the crown prince, and he simply could not believe that the young man had come to him to save him. He asked his name. Kynell looked closely at the prince and introduced himself as well as his mother's name. All he saw was a heavy sigh filled with despair. He always wanted and desired to see the father his mother loved. He believed that this would be enough since he saved his father. And after that, he thought it was all over. At the same time, the prince told the young man that his skill had not reached the highest level, but he was still going to give him the ducal title. He was surprised that his own father treated his benefactor with warmth, although he had no feelings left that could touch his soul. Kynell was glad that the man his mother loved turned out not to be a scoundrel. It was then that he first began to think that the goddess really did exist, but he also knew that she was quite malicious, and yet he could not fully open the heart of his beloved. The more he tried to convince himself of the reality of Tatiana being next to him, the more he was tormented by anxiety that these wonderful days would not last forever. It reminded him of nightmares from the past. He hesitated when she first extended her hand to him. He could not reciprocate her feelings, even though he knew that he would regret what he had done. He understood that if this was truly a dream from which he was destined to wake up, his life would end on this path, because now he was really looking forward to it. He was sure that this was not a dream, because he remembered every moment spent with his wife. He remembered how he had promised her that he would show her the real summer. He remembered how happy she had been about the promise he had given. He was genuinely happy when he saw her beautiful and radiant smile. Now he understood perfectly well that his wife would live with their child. He wanted to see them together, but at the same time, he immediately realized that for him, it was she who had been there in the summer. After some time, he finally couldn't take it anymore and fell to the ground with a crash. but at the same time, he wondered if he was really dead. He regretted this because he understood that he was the first who was able to come to these lands. But after a few moments, he saw some silhouette. The goddess sighed with a smile and declared that he had no faith. He was taken aback, as he did not expect to see anything like this. But at that same moment, he wondered why he didn't feel cold at all. She looked at him with a smile and asked if he had already enjoyed his life. At that very moment, the young man froze in shock as he saw his hands. But he still came to his senses as he remembered his wife. She simply couldn't believe that he had gone through all that hard work to beg her for the life of a man he would never see again. She asked if he understood that he could not hold out any longer. Grinding his teeth, he said that he understood everything and that he was completely fine now. But still, he asked for the salvation of his child and wife. She said with a smile that he still did not put himself as a priority. She said that he was the heir of her blood, but still she asked if he remembered her. At that very moment, he screamed as she changed her appearance. He was surprised because he saw an old woman in front of him and from the ice cave. Some time ago, he was sitting in his office, inheriting the prince, and they were having a pleasant conversation. The crown prince asked the young man if he remembered the old woman who had been stuck in the ice cave at the same time they were. He sighed and said he wasn't sure, as there were several people there. The crown prince told the young man with a smile that she had promised to repay him without fail. He said that it seemed she had even reached the capital looking for him. He sighed heavily, as he understood that she shouldn't have done something like that, since they had no reason to meet. At that moment, the goddess looked at him and said with a smile that they were supposed to meet, but she knew that then his current wish would not have been fulfilled. She said that she was always there for him, in the image of a poor, powerless, desperate, and needy person. He sighed heavily and declared that he would pay for his family with his life. She sighed and said that it was not necessary and that they should look into the matter further. The rest looked at him and asked if it was true that there were only his bloodstains there. He asked in surprise what she was talking about. She said they weren't too red, and at that moment she changed her appearance again. She smiled and said that now she could give him something back. He looked closely at the ring in question, as there was something else in the gemstone. She said that one day she came to the temple to pray, but the madam gave her the ring. Then she told her to dress the baby warmly and take him to the hospital. The young man was stunned as he saw the Viscountess in the true form of the goddess. At that very moment, the goddess gave the young man a ring. But a moment later, a small branch with berries appeared on his hand. She smiled and declared that only true love is salvation. The young man, in his turn, was told to me about something like this. The goddess looked at him intently and said that she would only ask him one last time if he was sure he would not go with her, because then he could become a god. Kainel looked at her intently. But moments later, he said that he had promised to come back. He said that he had made promises many times, and now he was obliged to keep at least this one. She sighed and stated that, in that case, she should not detain him. She stated that all she could do was express her gratitude for his sincere and true love. She said that it was he who was responsible for transmitting this love. She also informed him that her possessions were limited to the arch, and that he would have to cope entirely alone from now on. She said that this was the rule, and there was no exception to it, and she could not influence it in any way, because from that moment on, everything depended on him, and he had to find a way out and survive the harsh cold. But a moment later, the goddess was taken aback, as she heard a scream in the distance. She looked at the young man with a smile, as she had expected something like this. As she left, she declared that she was not the only one in his debt, although she supposed that perhaps it was not a debt at all, but love. A moment later, the young man was left alone, and at the same moment as the goddess disappeared, he felt a severe cold. After a moment, he sighed heavily and wondered if this was all reality or a dream. Unable to withstand the pressure, he immediately collapsed to the ground. But he understood that he had to move because he had promised his wife that he would definitely return. Meanwhile, the crown prince hurried to his son. He, to his happiness, found his son and saw that he was in a very deplorable state. He shouted to his son and asked him to wake up immediately. But after a moment, he could not stand it and hugged his son tightly, and at the same time, he made it clear to his son that he knew about everything. The young lady, in turn, wandered leisurely around the hall. She knew that there were many people at the main gate, and they had to return through the western one. At that very moment, she saw a priest and portraits of fallen soldiers. He reported that they had prepared portraits of warriors who had no relatives in advance, and when they died in battle, they hung them in the temple in memory of them. He said that otherwise, no one would ever remember them. At that very moment, the young lady was taken aback as she realized that the portrait of her husband in the house had been painted in the same sense. She was in shock and did not understand how this happened. She did not understand why he was so lonely. She knew that he had to wait a little because she wanted to give him love and support, because she understood that he deserved it more than anyone else in the world. After some time, she opened her eyes because she heard her husband's voice. Kynel looked intently at his wife and declared that he had returned to her. Kynel apologized for making them wait for him for so long. He looked at her intently and lifted her up tenderly, calling her. She said that she missed him very much, and he couldn't even imagine it. At that very moment, he kissed her tenderly and asked for forgiveness. Kynel declared that he would never leave her again. He looked at her intently and stated that she had said earlier that she was interested in knowing everything about him, so he intended to tell her everything without concealment. At that very moment, he tenderly kissed his wife and also declared that he loved her. After some time, the young lady asked her sister if she was okay. Tatiana looked closely at all her relatives and called them. Her sister shouted at her to stop talking as she needed to rest. She also told her sister not to worry, as the baby was fine. She looked at them with a smile, as she was glad to hear such news. At that very moment, Madame entered my room and told her daughter that she would need a lot of strength. The young ladies stepped aside as their mother entered the room. Tatiana looked at her mother with a smile and asked if she was worried. Madame did not answer her, but Tatiana said that she did not want to hurt her heart again. She also asked her mother for forgiveness for sleeping for so long. Madame said that as a mother, she should have woken her up. The young ladies knew that their mother did not know how to be sincere. Even though she suffered from insomnia and did not eat, they knew that she simply needed to hug Tatiana. But at the same time, the anime understood that their mother was the most precious woman in the world. They also understood that their sister would need time to recover. They knew it would be good if the baby was cared for in a familiar place until the baby was born. At that very moment, they were taken aback and turned around, and they heard a roar. They looked in surprise at their son-in-law, who had come to them. But at that very moment, the ladies asked if everything was all right in the imperial palace. He looked at them intently and declared that everything was all right. But at that very moment, he looked at the twins in surprise, as they looked at him with joy and a bit of awkwardness. A moment later, he announced that he would go to his wife. But they were taken aback and shouted that he could not do this, since they knew that their mother was in the room. He looked at them in bewilderment, as he did not understand why they did not allow him to enter his wife. They understood that if he met their mother, one of them would definitely die. So they quickly offered him to change clothes. They said that they needed to contact a tailor immediately and also pick out shoes. But at that very moment, they noticed his hands, which were all wounded. The ladies shouted for a doctor to be called immediately, but he assured them that he was fine. A moment later, Madame walked around and saw her son-in-law. The young sisters understood that they needed to protect their brother-in-law for the sake of their sister. They stood up for him and began to say that their captive had done nothing wrong. Madame sighed heavily as she understood that there had been a misunderstanding. At that moment, Regina told her sisters to leave their worries behind. Anesia looked at her mother and stated that their sister's soul should be at peace, and she should not provoke conflict. The twins looked intently at their mother and said that she should think about Tatiana. She looked at them with fury because she understood that they were disgracing her because they did not know her at all. At that very moment, the young man approached Madame and declared that he would like to see his wife. The lady said that her daughter had just fallen asleep and needed to sleep for a few hours. The young sisters were shocked by what they heard. Then the young man bowed to Madame and declared that in that case, he would return in a few hours. She asked in surprise where he was going. Kynel looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand why she suddenly asked him such a question. The madam asked in surprise why he needed to go somewhere if he had a home, and she shouted that he should warn everyone when he left and returned. Everyone present looked at her in bewilderment. The madam said that her daughter was having a hard time now, so he should be by her side. The Viscountess said that her daughter had been waiting for her husband all day, and he had just gotten ready to leave somewhere. She had been screaming and asking if the empire would really fall apart without him. The young ladies had been watching their mother in surprise. Kynell, no less surprised, asked the Viscountess if she really meant to say that he could stay. She sighed heavily and stated that he himself had said earlier that his home was where his wife's home was. She asked if he really wanted to go back on his words. Madame shouted that Tatiana was now in her house. She looked at him intently and stated that he was now in his mother-in-law's house. The madam screamed that he had been enslaved by the imperial soldiers and that he had no roof over his head. And now he did not know where his own home was. At that very moment, she asked what was wrong with his hands. Madame asked in surprise why he had not yet received treatment. She shouted for him to immediately go to the temple, while her daughters stood with surprise on their faces. The lady told her mother that they had already asked what was wrong with his hands, but her son-in-law said that he was fine. But at that very moment, the young man declared that they would definitely go to the temple, and at the same time, he called the Viscountess mother. Everyone present was shocked by their change. He looked at her intently and declared that he would not make her worry about such trifles any longer. She looked sadly at her son-in-law and declared that he had better keep his word, since she intended to kill him if her daughter became a widow. After some time, the young man came to his wife and asked if she had eaten anything. At this, Tatiana froze in surprise, as she did not expect to see him in such a guise. She asked in surprise if her sister had really tried with his clothes. He sighed heavily and stated that everything was correct, because she had picked out this outfit for him. Another sister was responsible for the shoes. Viviana was in charge of his hair. Kynell looked closely at his wife and asked if she liked it or if he should change something. Tatiana was taken aback and declared that she liked everything very much. She saw that he was simply handsome, but at that very moment she asked for forgiveness, as she suspected that her sisters had created a fuss around him. He sighed heavily and said that it was not so, but she did not believe him, since she knew everything perfectly well about them. She smiled and asked how he was feeling. He looked at her with bewilderment because he did not understand what she was talking about. She said that she was talking about the fact that he had a father. He was taken aback for a moment, as he remembered the conversation with his father, who had asked him to come to the palace. At that very moment, he looked away and said that he felt fine. Tatiana asked if he really planned to keep his relationship with the prince a secret. He sighed and said that for now, he planned to keep everything a secret. He looked closely at his wife and declared that he would like to enjoy a little peace and quiet. At that very moment, she called him, and he came to his senses. He was taken aback because he realized that he had almost kissed a person who had not yet fully recovered. He said with a smile that she needed to rest. Tatiana smiled and asked if he wanted to touch her belly. Kynell was taken aback and looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect such a question. She asked if he wasn't interested in their child, or maybe he didn't want one. He was taken aback and shouted that that was not the case at all. He said he didn't have such thoughts. He was just worried that something might happen to him if he touched it, and that's why he was a little worried. The young lady looked intently at her husband and called him. At that very moment, she took his hand and placed it on her stomach. The young man was very frightened. She looked at him with a smile and said that he could just feel it. At that very moment, she smiled and shouted that their baby had moved. She smiled and stated that their child was probably happy to have his father present. Kynell asked in surprise if this was true. He wanted to know if their child had rejected him. She said with a smile that he couldn't even imagine how happy their child was, because thanks to his father, he remained alive, and he was glad of his safe return. She smiled and said that everything that was happening reminded her of a beautiful dream. At the same moment, she said with a smile that their child says that he will be glad if his father calls his mother Tiara. Kynell looked at her wife in surprise. She said with a smile that their child said that his mother had long wanted his father to call her that. Meanwhile, Regina, looking at her sisters, discussed the Marquis Lebany and the Marquis Auntie. Her sisters said they were terrible bores. The lady knew that they had a bad character. Katrina said she felt like she was living with a legal textbook. The young lady sighed heavily, as she knew that there was nothing they could do to see that all men were alike. She asked the sisters not to dwell too much on the bad. The young lady said that if it weren't for her husband's face, they would have separated long ago. She said that before Tatiana's husband appeared, her husband was the best in high society. Katrina told her sister not to make fun of her, because if you judge by looks alone, her husband would win. She said that she didn't mean to say anything like that, but her husband was not only handsome in appearance. The man looked at his wife intently and said that there was a cold wind outside and she should go back, as he was afraid that she might catch a cold. But she said with a smile that the house was not far away and she would just take him there and come back. He looked closely at his wife and asked her to take care of herself. The young lady looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, but he stated that she had barely slept the previous night. At that very moment, she looked away from him in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Regina looked at them with puzzlement, as she saw that they were not ashamed of their feelings. After some time, they discussed the question that Tatiana and her son were obliged to have a title and support. Regina looked at her mother in surprise and stated that the prince had said that this time he would give his son a title even against his will. Madame stated that the title of Duke was in question. She asked her daughter what she would do in the place of the first Duke of the Empire. She declared that he was a hero of the Empire. But she didn't know who, in the aristocratic society, with its centuries-old traditions, would bow their head to him unless he had an influential family behind him. She said that they would just have to take it and bend it by force. The young lady looked closely at her mother as she saw that she had already begun to solve the problem. She knew that her mother always found a way to get out of a situation to her advantage, even when she could not do something. The young people understood that it would be nice if Kynel was called a descendant of the royal family of Kameni, since it was once said that his biological mother lived there. But unfortunately, Armenia was destroyed by the hands of Kynel. The lady said with a smile that it was very convincing because he had taken revenge for his mother being abandoned. She said it might also be said that the duchy had a son who had died early and who had gone to the same club as Llewellyn in his youth, and that would make the story quite believable. The young lady sighed heavily, knowing that the gentleman had died many years ago. She asked if her May really thought that you, in the duchy, would sit idly by, since, in terms of legitimacy, they were certainly no inferior to the former owner of the tower, the Duke, and perhaps even superior to him. At that very moment, Madame showed her daughter the family genealogy. She looked closely at her daughter and said with a smile that the basis of legitimacy is money. She sighed heavily as she realized that she still had a lot to learn to be like her mother. She asked her daughter why she had come to her like that. The young lady sheepishly stated that she would like to enter into a relationship. The lady sighed and said that she was waiting for her daughter to come to her for approval. At that very moment, the young lady shouted that she would date the man that her mother would select for her. Madame was taken aback, as her daughter had never said anything like that, and her daughter's words frightened her. The lady asked in surprise if these were the words of a man who had rebuilt an empire after its destruction. Madame said of her daughter that she would like to make things clear. She told her daughter that she got divorced because she didn't like the man she chose. And then she married several times at her own discretion. He did not understand what her daughter was trying to achieve. She stated that her sisters live quite well, despite the fact that they married for convenience. The madam said with a satisfied smile that she had not expected anything else, since she had spent a lot of effort on Togo to find suitable men for her daughters. She said that even though the count was older than his wife, he would cherish her and love her no matter what. And this would be a relief for Anesia, who worked hard raising her younger sisters. She said that the twins are attracted to beautiful faces. So, from a huge number of applicants, she selected those who combined the appropriate status and attractive appearance. The young lady was furious because she did not understand why she had ended up with a not very attractive man. Madame stated that no man had ever satisfied her anyway. Madame told her daughter that she needed money to be happy. Madame sighed heavily and declared that she understood her daughter perfectly, and therefore they would set a date for the showing after they had resolved all the matters. The lady asked the mother if she was really going to force non-existent roots on her son-in-law and turn him into a member of the imperial family. She sighed and declared that she didn't care about the imperial family. The lady declared to her mother that although she did not possess her insight, she was a master in matters of male appearance. So she remembered every man she saw, his face, his build, his voice, and even his habits, all in her head. And there were so many of them that she couldn't even count them. The madam asked her daughter in surprise what she meant by that. She smiled and stated that, in her opinion, Everyone's abilities should be used at the moment when they are most important. Sometime later, in the imperial palace, a young man hurried after the empress and asked her to calm down. She looked at him with fury, because she did not understand how he dared to speak to her. The empress pushed him angrily, and he fell down with a crash. At that very moment, the crown prince hurried to the noise. He looked at the empress with fury. At the same time, looking at the servant, he stated that he had tried to meet her several times, but she never came to meet him. The prince stated that he heard her say that Kynel, despite his noble immunity, was an obvious criminal. He said that since we were talking about criminals, Duke Atlas was the first to commit the crime. He understood that the Duke was just a cover, but the Empress denied everything. She shouted that the Duke had invited his close friend Tatiana to his villa, and she, in turn, had personally accepted the invitation. She reported that her husband, blinded by jealousy, had gone wild and had now decided to go to the limit, breaking the law, and that it was absolutely impossible to allow such a dangerous man to be near the crown prince, because she understood that this would undoubtedly become a hindrance to her child. The empress shouted that she was officially demanding a trial because the beast must be punished for its sins. At that very moment, Madame approached them and, asking for forgiveness, asked the empress whether by the beast she really meant her son-in-law. The crown prince looked at Madame in surprise, as he did not expect to see her. At that very moment, she bowed and greeted the crown prince. She said with a smile that she had heard that her son-in-law visited him every day, but today he had given her the opportunity, and she believed that it was time for her to officially greet the crown prince. The empress looked closely at Madame and declared that she had arrived just in time, as they had just been talking about her coming in. The empress looked intently at Madame and declared that she should not pretend that she did not remember anything, since she herself had promised to give it to her. Madame looked at the empress with a fierce grin and asked if she could forget what happened there that day. She clearly remembered every breath and every phrase. At that very moment, Madame said that, apparently, the prince wanted to submit this matter to the aristocrats' council for consideration. The empress shouted that it was obvious. After all, the young man dealt mercilessly with the Duke of Atlas. At that very moment, she said that she heard that Tatiana had not had any miscarriage. She angrily asked Madame how she dared to deceive her. She screamed that even the life of a child could not pay for the sin of an animal. In turn, Madame looked at the crown prince with a satisfied grin. At that very moment, she smiled and declared that she had heard the empress. The empress was furious, as she did not understand where she got so much confidence from. The prince looked intently at the viscountess and called her. Madame realized that the prince was trying to act like a true father. He sighed heavily and said that he was very sorry that she saw him in a bad light. She smiled and said that he didn't need to apologize because she was just about to show her worst side. The empress looked at them in bewilderment, as she did not understand what they were talking about. At that very moment, she screamed angrily and asked Madame if she couldn't hear her. She screamed that there would be an official trial. Madame said with a grin that since Her Majesty wishes to bring her son-in-law to court, they should not also go to court. The empress screamed that even if he knelt down and begged for mercy, it would not be enough. The viscountess asked if this was the fairest way. The empress shouted at Madame and that she had gone too far this time. The empress told Madame that she was very blind. After all, she wanted to punish the one who should take the throne. The empress angrily asked if Madame really wanted to blame the crime on the imperial family. The viscountess stated that she had not accused anyone, but that the empress was clearly guilty of the assassination attempt on her heir's grandson. The empress furiously shouted at Madame not to talk nonsense, because how could she attack a grandson who didn't even exist? Madame smiled and said to the empress that she herself knew perfectly well that she was not so reckless as to take unnecessary risks. She smiled and stated that her youngest son-in-law was the crown prince's son. That is, he was the heir's grandson. The empress was taken aback, and at that very moment, she told the prince that this was not funny at all. But the prince declared that the young man was his son, because he and Llewellyn Targa Kynel's parents. The prince declared that the young man was the legitimate heir to the empire. At that very moment, the empress froze in place, stupefied. The young lady knew that the Brand's daughter had forgotten the blonde beauty with bright eyes, so she assumed that her son-in-law had inherited his eyes from his mother and his wavy hair from his father. She understood that black hair was not that common in the empire, and the crown prince himself came to save her son-in-law. They knew very well that for the crown prince, the priority was this country and the people. No matter what danger his loved one was in, despite his most sincere wishes, he was not one of those who could act as he pleased. That's why he went to such a dangerous place as the Arch. And she had a slight sense of déjà vu when she first saw her son-in-law. But now everything became clear to her, because despite the differences in appearance, they had the same aura. Now she understood that there was no doubt that they were father and son. Madame sighed heavily, as she would never have thought that she would need her daughter's discernment in men. She asked the Empress how she was going to pay for her crime. Madame stated that she was now saying that the Empress had detained and tortured the legitimate heir to the empire. The Viscountess was famous for her bad reputation and would definitely suck all the juices out of her. The Empress understood that the Viscountess would see things through to the end. She knew that the matter would be carried out until one of them died. The lady said that she would like to resolve everything through the courts, but then there would be bloodshed. She stated that they would be severely punished for attempting to murder a member of the imperial family, and that her son-in-law would be talked about even before he ascended the throne. At that very moment, the Empress said that they could put an end to this. But Madame said that this would not do, because the Empress was trying to kill the legitimate heir to the empire. Madame smiled and said that she had thought about it, and asked the Empress if she would personally take charge of the preparations for the Crown Prince's wedding. She thought it was a good idea. After all, in that case, the Crown Prince could become closer to his son, and they would all be happy for him and bless him for the marriage. Madame smiled and said that of course the Empress should think about a wedding gift. The Empress was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. At that very moment, Madame listed everything that she had previously given to the Empress for the freedom of her son-in-law. The Empress was shocked, as she realized that Madame had robbed her blind with high interest rates. The Empress told the Madame that she had the right to refuse, since the criminal's property would still pass into the country. At that very moment, the Empress shouted at Madame and asked her to shut up. She could not understand what kind of nonsense Madame was talking about. She screamed and asked who even knew that the young man was a member of the imperial family. She didn't understand how she could take responsibility at all when she was completely ignorant. Madame smiled and asked, "What about deliberate betrayal?" The Empress shouted angrily that her accusations had no basis whatsoever. Madame asked the Empress if she had not created a secret group in the port to place her little prince on the throne. The Empress denied everything, but Madame was not going to back down. At that very moment, Madame approached the Empress and quietly and angrily said that she had evidence. The Empress froze in shock. Madame reported that the Empress had trained many soldiers on the island and distributed bank checks in the Empress's name. She also built a huge weapons depot at the foot of the iron mine. She hid secret documents drawn up on behalf of the Prince and the Duke of Atlas in different places of the empire so that they could be easily found in every hotel. There is a secret room where the issues of the rebellion were discussed. And in every corner of the empire, everyone was fighting for the Empress and the Prince. The lady said with a grin that she could have imagined that the betrayal would go smoothly. The Empress was furious. She shouted that Madame had planned to trap her from the very beginning. The Prince looked at her closely and said that she seemed to have thought everything through carefully. But he also noted that she had occupied the throne for too long. The Empress was shocked and screamed as she realized that she was facing imprisonment. He was shocked because he understood that the Prince had almost no paternal protection, so she wanted to deprive him of his mother's protection as well. The Empress was furious. She shouted at us, Madam, since she was a mother herself and could not threaten her. Madame declared that she had not even begun yet, which could not be said about the Empress. The Viscountess looked at her intently and said that she must listen to her. She stated that as soon as the crown grandson and his wife were officially given the title, she could leave the palace. Madame stated that the Empress should go as far away as possible so that no one in the empire would hear her name. But if she lived as quiet as a mouse, perhaps they would prepare an ice cave for her. The Empress was furious as she realized that they had gone mad. Madame said that she had not forgotten what the Empress had done to her son-in-law. She looked menacingly at the Empress and declared that if she touched her children again, it would be worse for her, because Madame intended to twist her neck with her own hands. The Empress froze in shock. The Empress screamed furiously at Madame because she knew that it was she who should be afraid. She screamed that the Viscountess had shifted all the blame onto the imperial family. The lady asked with a smile if she had any proof of her words. The Empress was furious and shouted in her anger that no one would believe her words. The Madame declared that the Crown Prince stood before them, and therefore everyone would believe the words of her matchmaker, namely, the noble Crown Prince. The prince looked at the Empress with fury, but said nothing. At that very moment, the Empress was taken aback, as she realized that she had fallen into a trap. She fell to the ground with a crash and began screaming frantically. The prince and Madame exchanged glances. At that very moment, the lady said with a smile that raising children is not so difficult. The prince looked away from her, as he had nothing to say to her. After some time, the young man informed his master that the repairs and cleaning were almost complete, so they could return at any time. Kynell reported that his wife was planning to arrive today, and he asked where she was. His knight sighed heavily and declared that he had no idea where Madame was now. He sighed heavily and asked the captain why he was looking for the one who was already surrounded by care. His comrade could not bear it and hit him with fury. Owen sighed heavily and declared that he couldn't get so worked up. He said that they had been through a lot, and he hid such a secret from them because they all did not expect that their commander would be the son of the Crown Prince. At the same time, he silently left for the lands of the goddess, from where he could not return at all, and therefore the Madame became angry with the commander. Owen sighed heavily and declared that friendship, loyalty, camaraderie, all of it was meaningless. Kynell looked at the knight and asked if he would not return to the mercenary company, but he said that he would not return. The young man stated that all his trips on the orders of the commander had led to nothing good, and in the detachment he was met only with reproaches from the lieutenant. Kynell asked the young man with a smile if he didn't want to become a lieutenant. The young man continued to say that he had had enough and that he had no intention of returning. But at that very moment, he asked in surprise whether he would really return to the position of lieutenant. He looked at him in surprise, as he could not believe what he heard. He understood that if he became a lieutenant, the current lieutenant would be the commander. Kynell stated that he could not remain a mercenary forever, since he would have his own personal affairs. Kynell smiled and told the young man that he was very sorry that he was leaving the mercenary squad. At that very moment, the young man said that he would never leave the detachment because he really wanted to become a lieutenant. At that very moment, he announced to his commander with a smile that Madame was in the room. Meanwhile, Tatiana lay quietly in her room. She woke up when she saw that her husband had come to her. At that very moment, she blossomed before our eyes, as she was glad that he had come. He looked at her with a smile and called out. He stated that her mother was probably very worried, since she had not been home for half a day. Tatiana said that she didn't think her mother had noticed her absence at all, since she hadn't been home at all recently. She also stated that her sisters also did not notice her absence. He looked at her with a smile and asked if she really thought that was true. Tatiana smiled and said that it was true, and thanks to this, they had a little time. At that very moment, she said that it seemed to her that her mother was preparing a banquet. He looked away from his wife but did not answer. She said that her mother had been in these days for almost 6 months, and it was time to return to high society. She was interested in what kind of sensation she would make this time. Tatiana smiled and stated that her sister said that it looked as if the mine had exploded. A diamond vein, the young man was puzzled, said that it was not so, but he was the one who was that very diamond vein. He looked away from her and asked if she would give her something bad. Tatiana sighed heavily and asked her husband how he could say such a thing. He asked with a smile if he really couldn't say something like that. Tatiana said that, of course, he shouldn't say something like that, especially when it comes to a gift. She sighed, knowing she would have to deal with his gifts first. At that moment, he smiled and asked her how she liked another gift from him. The young lady froze for a moment as he presented her with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. He smiled and stated that it was because of them that he was late, as these flowers were the most similar to summer ones. She remembered with a smile the moment when he promised to show her summer. Without wasting a minute, the young lady rushed to both her husband's edemas. She looked at him intently and laughed, and also stated that she was very glad. He smiled and asked why she was so happy. Tatiana said that everything she had experienced was a first for her. She said that she had created a family with him, and they shared the same bed, ate at the same table, and spent time together. She said with a smile that all the wonderful moments started with her in this house, so she was very happy. The young man, in turn, tenderly hugged his wife because he was happy. She sighed heavily and stated that she had always missed this place. Tatiana looked closely at her husband and declared that they had a wonderful time in this mansion. She wondered how wonderful the future was that awaited them. He sighed and wondered if it was possible. She asked with a smile if they had ever encountered anything impossible. He met his wife and fell in love with her at first sight. Thanks to his wife, he was able to overcome even the fear of death. He understood that this was the real miracle. He told his wife that if he were by her side, everything was possible for them, and therefore only a bright future lay ahead of them.